Call the roll.
Please let the record show that all council members are present this evening.
Thank you very much. Mr. City Attorney, is there a need for closed session?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Had to figure out my buttons there. We have two items this evening. The first is a conference with legal counsel as a result of anticipated litigation due to the significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. We have one case to discuss. Next, we have a conference with real property negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. We have one matter to discuss. It's the property located at Pacific Coast Highway along the west side of Doheny Park Drive, Orange County Assessor Parcel Number 668-20301. The agency's negotiator is the Director of Public Works, Mr. Sinacori, as well as our office. The negotiating parties are the City of Dana Point and Bruce Hitchman and Lee Ann Hitchman, co-trustees of the Billy Lee Holder Senior Revocable Trust dated December 4th, 2020. Under negotiation of the price and terms of an agreement relating to real property. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any public comments on the closed session?
No, Mr. Mayor.
No? Then we are recessed to closed session until 6 p.m. right. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Dana Point City Council meeting for May 4th, 2021. We are now reconvened to open session, and Mayor Pro Tem Miller will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. Please rise, face the flag, and place your hand over your heart. And join me in honoring the greatest symbol of freedom in the world. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Miller. We have a proclamation tonight that we will start with. And if Mr. Ryan Krause, the chairman of the Dana Point Chamber of Commerce, would please join me up front. We'll get started on that. Or is that working? So tonight we are going to honor and recognize National Small Business Week. But before we do, Ryan and I thought that this was a good opportunity to recognize two individuals, one from the city and one from the Chamber of Commerce, who made outrageously above and beyond significant contributions to helping small business over the last year. Vicki McMurtry from the Chamber of Commerce and Kelly Renders from the city. There are no two people in this town who are not small business owners who have done more for small business in the last 12 months. I can promise you that. I've seen Kelly and Vicki partner to help small business owners fill out grant applications, understand changing state laws on social distancing and ABC laws, where you can work, where you can't work, when you can be open and when you can't. And the partnership between the two of them and the partnership between the city and the Chamber of Commerce that personifies, I thought was worth calling out. So I'm going to give Ryan a chance to say a couple things on behalf of the Chamber before we call those two ladies up.
Yeah, just to reiterate what Jamie has said, the partnership not only between the Chamber, the city, but Vicki and Kelly has been, as we all know, immensely beneficial for our community here. Can't tell you how many people have mentioned, if it weren't for the city or the Chamber of Commerce, I wouldn't know what to do, especially this involving landscape. So it's not only a challenging job in normal times, but especially in this environment, they knocked out of the park. So we, on behalf of the Chamber, look forward to continuing our partnership with the city and with all the individuals here.
All right. Thank you, Ryan. And with that, ladies, Kelly and Vicki, if you would come up to help us present National Small Business Week. Mm-hmm.
Thanks, guys. Very nice of you.
Kelly, on behalf of the city, why don't you take this?
Oh.
Here you go.
Oh, I'm reading this? Okay. So this is a proclamation for National Small Business Week, whereas for more than 50 years, the U.S. Small Business Administration has celebrated small business owners during National Small Business Week. And whereas this week recognizes the critical contributions these entrepreneurs and small business owners provide, and whereas in concert with the city, the Dana Point Chamber of Commerce works to strengthen the voice of small businesses and bolster our local economy. And whereas this week of celebration highlights how vital small businesses are and offers opportunities for consumers to rededicate themselves to shopping locally. And whereas more than half of Americans either own or work for a small business, which create nearly 2 out of every 3 new jobs in the U.S. each year. And whereas 68% of businesses operating in the city of Dana Point are small businesses employing less than 5 individuals. And whereas the Dana Point Chamber of Commerce is recognized in supporting small businesses in the community through efforts such as hashtag Dana Point Loyal Local, creating t-shirts during the pandemic with all proceeds going back directly to the businesses, as well as promoting Think Local, Shop Local, Buy Local. And now, therefore, on behalf of the City Council and the citizens of Dana Point, I, Kelly Renders, but it should be I, Mayor Jamie Federico, hereby proclaim the week of May 2nd through May 8th, 2021 as National Small Business Week in the city of Dana Point, and urge all residents to support our local businesses.
just very quickly, we'd like to thank all of City Council and staff, especially Kelly, for all of their hard work. And of course, this is National Small Business Week, but it's something that everyone needs to remember all year long because these businesses really help to keep Dana Point what it is and what a beautiful town and city that we live in with all the wonderful services that we get. So thank you all for contributing, and make sure you thank a small business owner because they've had a tough year. And so and they're working their butts off to stay around for all of us and make this a better and great environment that we know and love. Anything else?
That's it.
Nailed it.
Thank you. Please support our small businesses. All right. Proud to support National Small Business Week. Moving on with the agenda. Madam City Clerk, do we have any ordinance titles to read?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 17 before you tonight introduces an ordinance entitled, "An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Dana Point, California, amending Chapter 5.38 of the Dana Point Municipal Code, amending regulations and penalties affecting short-term rentals."
Thank you very much. That brings us to the consent calendar. All the items listed under the consent calendar are considered to be a routine and will be enacted by one roll call vote. There's no separate discussion of these items unless members of the council, public, or staff request that they be removed from the consent calendar for separate action. Are there any items to be removed from the public,
No, Mr. Mayor.
from the staff,
No, sir.
council? No, seeing none, I will move the consent calendar.
Second.
All of those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? They pass unanimously. That brings us to public comments. Madam Clerk, do we have any general public comments for tonight?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, in that case, and this will apply for all night long, there's a 3-minute time limit per person and an overall time limit of 30 minutes for the public comments portion of the agenda. At the mayor's discretion, the balance of the public comments can be heard after the new business portion of the agenda. We ask that all comments are directed to the city council, shall not consist of any personal attacks. Members of the public are expected to maintain professional, courteous decorum during their comments. State law prohibits the council from taking any action on specific items unless they appear on the posted agenda. And the first speaker tonight is Lisa Martinez from Dana Point.
I'll waive my time. I just put it after.
Okay, well, thank you for joining us. Okay, thank you for joining us. The next speaker is Brandon Day from Dana Point. And if it's a crowd, we may need to, because of the crowd, not everyone's in the room, we may need to let them know they're up.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name's Brandon Day. I'm from Monarch Beach. First of all, I just want to comment and thank the council for the last year. You guys have been getting these meetings done pretty quick, so thank you. Saves the taxpayers a lot of dollars, and I appreciate that. But I was here because last June I asked about the cost of this report from Traub and Associates. It was that report from that independent law firm that went after, interviewed a bunch of people on the misogyny charges against their past mayor from that ex-councilwoman. And I never got a reply back from city manager or city attorney or anybody on how much this thing cost. But I bring this up tonight because as I was looking through it on page 28, it talks about character witnesses. And it interviewed some of the folks that you'll be hearing from later tonight. And again, I'm going to highlight this because I want you to read page 28. So I want this all in the record. But on page 28, it talked about credibility assessment on witness number one, and this independent lawyer said this witness one was assessed as having questionable credibility. She's going to be speaking later tonight. She's one of the ringleaders. Witness three was found not credible. Witness 3 was also outspoken and dramatic. Witness 4, who runs, I believe it's Witness 4, she's the unelected nonprofit person who runs around costing the taxpayers of the city, the water district, the school board, the county parks, the county. Now I hear the federal government, because we might have some train money coming. Witness 4 was found not credible. I just want to bring this up because you're going to hear a lot of noise tonight, and I'm not on either side, but it's about the credibility of some of these folks who come up every single week and they lie, they tell half truths, and they cause so much damage. But what do? The reporters keep on quoting them, but they're costing the taxpayers hundreds of thousands of dollars. So I just want this in the record for the new council members who might not have read this report and how damning it was and how cruel it was from the ringleader of that nonprofit that runs around this town causing a lot of trouble. So listen to all sides tonight, but be independent. Look at this report. Look at the witness credibility and listen to some of these speakers. I'd like to just put this in with the record if possible. Thank you so much for your time. And again, thanks for getting these meetings going. You're saving us thousands and thousands of dollars compared to the 3 or 4 previous years. Thank you again.
Say it again on the mic. The next speaker is Barbara Wilson from Dana Point.
Good evening. I'm Barbara Wilson from Dana Point resident, and I'm asking if you would reorder your agenda item, making item 17 the first item on new business. We have a group that really would like to speak to this. We have people at home looking at this item. It's the most important thing that's facing our city right now, and it would be a great accommodation to help us. So I hope you'll consider doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Are there any more public comments? No. Oh, okay. Thank you. There are no public hearings tonight and no unfinished business. So that brings us to item number 15, a letter in support of the Capistrano Bay District's request to activate latent power related to shoreline protection. Mr. City Manager, is there staff report?
Yes, sir. A brief one. I do want to recognize Don Russell from the Capistrano Bay District is also here. Really quick, the Beach Road area that is the Capistrano Bay District has been facing erosion issues for several years. There is a need to put together a regional plan to address the erosion at the Doheny State Beach, Capo Beach that the county owns, and along Beach Road. Beach Road, the district itself is reached out to the local agency Formation Commission that looks at the powers that governments have, and they're asking to get some additional powers that would allow them to weigh in on physical improvements to help to protect the homes down there. So they're asking us for a letter of support that is included in the agenda packet. And again, Mr. Russell is also here if the council has any questions.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Are there any public comments?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Russell.
I'm Don Russell. I'm a resident of Capo Beach, and I'm also the general manager of the Capistrano Bay District. Just wanted to make it clear a couple of things. The letter that we're asking for the city does not in any way grant us the power that we're seeking through LAFCO. It's just one of the items that is required for the application to LAFCO to start this process. So just want to make sure that you understood that. And I appreciate you getting us on the agenda for tonight. And that's all I had to say for now. And I hope you approve our request.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Russell. I think what we'll do, I certainly would entertain a motion unless any council members have questions. Questions for staff or
I have
Mr.
a
Russell?
question actually
Okay.
for city attorney. I thought I understood this well until I have a comment here that says there's some concern about the legality of this. So I'm curious your perspective there, or is there any concern here legal wise?
So the city council received a letter today from somebody that's opposed to this and asked us not to sign this and indicated there all kinds of concerns about the legality. The issues that were raised in that letter are really issues that would be more appropriate before LAFCO. We're not doing anything this evening, as Mr. Russell just indicated, other than giving our consent that if LAFCO chooses to do this, that the city's not opposed to it. If the city didn't give its consent, the LAFCO could still go and likely would go through with the process still, but they would, during their hearing, ask, well, what's going on with the city? Why does the city have a problem? And so if you have concerns about the substance, this would be a good time to indicate it. But if you don't have concerns about the substance, you're literally just, acknowledging that that you're okay with it. So I guess that's a long-winded way of saying I don't think that those legal concerns are relevant for your decision tonight.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No questions. Okay. I will make a motion that we approve, I guess, that we authorize the mayor to send a letter to LAFCO in support of the district's request.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Russell, for showing up. Thanks, staff, for the report on that. That brings us to item number 16, fiscal year 21-22 and FY 22-23 budget workshop. And I'll just, for the folks watching, listening in the room, and for the council, this is our first workshop on the budget. Not adopting a budget tonight. We're hearing staff's recommendations, giving a chance to have any discussion, answer questions, and give them any input. So, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. We distributed the budget a couple weeks ago, the proposed budget, I should state. Last week, we had a financial review committee meeting where I got grilled for about an hour on a lot of the details, and now I'm bringing it forward to the council. And as the mayor mentioned, this is a workshop, free for all, if you will. Ask any questions you want, give some input if you'd like to see any changes. Staff will then endeavor to incorporate the council's will and bring back an updated proposal if needed for a formal hearing on the budget on June 1st, which will be the council's first opportunity to adopt the budget. This is a 2-year budget covering fiscal year 22 and 23. So it starts upcoming July 1 and goes for 2 separate fiscal years. I will tell you, this is, when it comes to challenging budgets, I've had some over my 32-year career in this business. This one was interesting because of so many unknowns created by the impacts of the pandemic on our finances. With all that, I want to thank up front, in case I forget later, all the city staff that helped not only keeping the lights on and as you heard earlier, helping others in the community get through this, but also helping us find solutions to what is a sizable financial impact due to the pandemic. Given all that, I'll point this out again, as I did last year right after the pandemic hit and we started updating the council on the city's finances, and the council was making decisions to adjust spending priorities, that the financial policies that the council adopted a couple years ago absolutely served us well. They were put to the test like I'd never seen before. And everything we're doing is in adherence with those financial policies. As I mentioned, we're managing through the fiscal impacts of the pandemic, focusing on our core services from, providing policing services to taking care of the streets, parks, all of our facilities, continuing to process a record amount of development activity through our planning, building, and engineering operations. There is a priority in the financial policies on maintaining our existing assets, so we haven't cut back on any of our road work monies, our maintaining of our facilities. We've been plowing ahead on that. There is a focus in this upcoming budget to replenish the reserves that were used this past year and even going into next year a little bit. As intended and as written in the financial policies, that we used them for what some of them for what they're intended for. There is a focus on still planning for the future and having a structurally balanced budget in our long-term projections. We did produce a 6-year projection, so the 2 years that are before the council in a proposed budget plus 4 more years that incorporate all of our core services and all of our maintaining all of our physical assets. Just a really quick recap, going back, and this is comparing to what we had expected when we put the current 2-year budget in, and we're in the 2nd year now, that just looking at the pandemic impacted revenues, the bottom line are hit to our hotel taxes, short-term transient occupancy tax, sales tax, and our recreation fees. Through this upcoming June 30th, it'll be about $10.6 million loss. We're also projecting a tailing, if you will, of the pandemic impacts into next 2 fiscal years with an additional $1.2 million in losses. So, you round that up and we're looking at, $11.8 million affected by the pandemic. Next slide. This slide was actually, this is a slide I added from the Financial Review Committees coming up. This one is just kind of bottom line. You'll see that this fiscal year, there was a $3.8 million deficit, if you will, that we planned and used some of our reserves on rolling into next year. That drops down to $1.5 million, but looking out at the 2nd year of the proposed budget, we're looking at having a surplus. And just to keep in mind, what I'm showing you here is those expenditures and transfers out. Those transfers out were a key in us putting together not only the 2-year budget, but also the 6-year financial projection. Those transfers out go to our capital projects and facilities funds to maintain our assets, all of our streets, curbs, gutters, sidewalks. We've got storm drain money going in now. It was key to us, and it's in the financial policies, that we protect our assets, that we maintain them. And I'm pointing all this out because when you look at the bottom line here, the bullet on the bottom, the American Rescue Plan that Congress passed a couple months ago, and we're hoping the Federal Department of Treasury comes out with their guidelines in the next week or so, that we expect to get $6.3 million in relief monies that will help us to replenish our reserves. It's been promised. That's our estimate from the feds. I did not include that in any of the actual dollars in our budget projections. I will include them and bring it back to council when we actually get the money. So we're not counting that money in the budget, relying on it. An important part of this slide, and going back to our investment in our physical assets, it's very common in my career, not only in this city, but prior stints and looking at other cities. It's very common for cities to balance their budgets in tough times by reducing their investments in their infrastructure, because you don't see it for 5, 10, 15 years. You go to some of our neighboring cities that made choices to not invest in their infrastructure when times got tough, and you see potholes, you see crumpled sidewalks, lifted sidewalks, you see a lot of physical asset issues, deferred maintenance that in my view, you almost never catch up with. So you got to stay on top of it. And thankfully, the city's financial policies put a high priority on maintaining those physical assets. So the 6.32 million, if it comes in, is really in my plan geared toward replenishing the reserves. But the plan is not relying on those monies replenishing the reserves. The plan was to the proposed long-term plan refills those reserves without that money. It just happens quicker if we get it. Moving on to the next slide. This was a slide that was requested by the Financial Review Committee. We have reserves in our general fund, but there are more monies in our overall financial structure. We've got other funds that are also monies available should something horrible happen, or if the council wants to make a different decision to spend money on something else. We have a $40 million annual general fund budget. What we're looking at finishing this year with, including other funds where the council could pull money in. You're looking, oh, this is the wrong slide. Is it the next slide now? Okay, let me get to the next slide next in a minute. So this is our general fund balance. You'll see that we've got an economic stability reserve that we did tap this year. And it's down at about, I think, just under 50% this year, and in the proposed budget to drop down to about 25% of what the target's supposed to be. And then it's up in about I'll say 67% when you hit the 3,036,000. That's about 2/3 of what it's supposed to be. As you look at in our long-term financial plan, without that $6 million from the feds, we do replenish that. We never touched our extreme event reserve, so it's fully funded. We've got some monies that have been set aside by council to pay down unfunded pension liability. We did use $1 million of that this year. The plan is without that $6 million federal money to replenish it within 2 years. We have a general plan update, which is part of our future planning efforts. We committed $200,000 of it this year to get started on our general plan update. So we'll be working through that over the coming years. Art in public places is an exaction we have on development. The money's available for the city to spend on public art. Investment mark to market, I'm not going to discuss. It's an accounting thing, but you actually can't spend it. It's an accrual for investments. And then unassigned fund balance is not spoken for. The city does have a policy of maintaining that in the 4 to 7% range. It is at the 7% range projected, or currently and projected. Now the slide I wanted to talk about. So how much money do we have, today, to spend if we absolutely needed to? Our current reserves, if you will, that go beyond the general fund, but also include general fund monies that have been put in the capital improvements fund and the facilities fund that could be pulled back if needed. The bottom line is today we have $21.2 million in reserves on a $40 million general fund budget. Then proposed going forward, you'll see some deltas in there, mainly with spending down some of the economic stability reserve next year and then bringing it back up the following year. So, if you will, walking around money, which is kind of what I was asked to show because council member does like to show that our reserves are healthy, that we've got, roughly $20 million on a $40 million budget. Looking at the recovery, if you will, our transient occupancy tax was down 48% this year. It's our largest revenue. It was projected to be this year, before we knew about the pandemic, at just under $14 million. And we're looking to finish this year at just over $7 million. So you could see a very sizable impact. Our largest revenue source cut almost in half. We have seen a marked recovery in the last 2 months now, and projections and what we're hearing from our hoteliers, business is getting a lot better. But we are showing a muted recovery over the next 24 months, and not really seeing us get back to normal, if you will, until the very tail end of this 2-year budget, if not the following year. Property tax has been absolutely solid. 3.5%. You got to realize that a lot of parcels in town have been owned for quite some time, and there's a cap on the growth of 2% unless there are improvements made or unless it sells. But overall, we still seeing solid growth in our property tax revenues. Property transfer tax this year has been absolutely incredible, almost double budget from our original projections a couple of years ago. A lot of that has to do with parcels over in Monarch Bay that sold. They had been on long-term leases, and they've sold quite a number of the parcels in there. And once they sold it, they got marked up to market value for property tax purposes. Sales tax also took a pretty big hit from the pandemic and has been coming back. And then licenses and permits and charges for services, for the most part, relate to planning, building, and engineering services that we provide for development. And they've been still at pretty close to record levels. One thing that did happen during the pandemic is a lot of people stayed at home and looked around their houses and decided now's a good time to make home improvements. So our public counter has been absolutely slammed. There was a little bit of a dip when the pandemic first hit, but then, I mean, if you try and find a contractor right now, good luck. They're also busy. On the expenditure side, no change from the current level of services that we contract for from the Sheriff's Department. The proposed budget did include what was expected to be a 4% increase. We got our final contract numbers after this proposed budget was produced, so I will be bringing back an adjustment for the final numbers that I bring to council on June 1st. We came in $375,000 under. We are historically and will continue to be very conservative in putting our projections together for the Sheriff's Department contracts. It's a big organization. They've got a lot of moving pieces, and seeing anywhere from a 2.5% increase in their annual contract to a 6% increase isn't uncommon. So we have a historic growth rate of about 4%, and that's what we put in. It came in under that, so we will have some savings from that. On the personnel cost side, we have 65 full-time positions, which is one more than we had in the current 2-year budget. The position we added was the council added a social worker that's helping with our homeless outreach program and doing an exceptional job. We do have the employees were not afforded raises this year as a contribution to the cause in dealing with our revenue impacts. There is a budgeted merit pool increase the next 2 years of 3%. That our MOUs historically have provided the opportunity for council to not provide them in times of fiscal difficulty. So in my 13 years here, I think there's been 4 of those 13 years where employees were not afforded pay increases, even cost of living or COLAs. Want to point out that the city pays 10.9% of the normal pension cost, and there's 2 pieces to pensions. To the city's pension cost, there's the normal cost, and then there's the unfunded liability cost. City pays 10.9, employees pay 7, and then for the unfunded liability, this is of pay. The city pays 5.4%, and employees pay 2%. Neither the city nor the employees contribute to Social Security. We do not participate in Social Security. And there is a $50 a month budgeted increase in the contribution from the city for healthcare and other benefits for all employees except department heads, and the city manager will not get one in this 2-year budget. The city also has a $250,000 contingency budget just in case money that we can draw from if something happens before we start tapping into reserves or cutting other budgets. I know I spent quite a bit of time up front. It's talking about our continued investment in our capital assets. Just to point out a couple things here. we've got $10 million in our capital projects fund, and this is our, if you will, horizontal assets: streets, curbs, gutters, sidewalks, storm drains. $10 million in the 2-year budget. We also have $400,000 that the council directed be put in this budget to finish the design of the connectivity improvements for Doheny Village that have been discussed the past couple of years. And Matt Sinacori promised me there's a little bit of money in there to actually do a little bit of work. We've also got some storm drain projects on the horizon. So we've got money in here to do some final design, if you will. And in the 6-year financial plan, we've got about $5 million in year 3 and 4 to go towards some pretty big storm drain projects. And then we fully funded our residential roadwork programs. On the facility side, I'm not going to go through the whole list. We've got 1.6 million in the list. One thing that we were asked, we surveyed our seniors at our senior center 2 or 3 years ago, and one of the things they said they'd really like to see is a gym. Other senior centers in other cities have them, so we do have money set aside in here to repurpose some of the space over at the community center and create a senior gym for them. And we've got some other park projects as well. And next slide. Looking for the future, I mentioned earlier we have money set aside and safety element chapters of the general plan. And then I listed the other elements here, but it's going to be a multi-year project to get through all of the city's general plan. Hasn't been updated wholesale since it was first adopted, I believe, almost 30 years ago. Then we've got the Doheny Village plan. The environmental impact report is on the street right now. We will be working toward finishing that and shipping it off to the Coastal Commission. And then I already mentioned the connectivity plan. The Public Works Department will be working on design. I mentioned the citywide storm drains, and the council already directed and created a subcommittee to work with staff on updating the city's strategic plan. So next steps, again, open for questions, comments, suggestions. If council wants to see any changes, we will notice a hearing for June 1st. And if we don't get through all of the discussions to take the actions to adopt the budget, we would continue it to June 15th. And with that, I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Madam Clerk, are there any public comments about this item?
No, Mr. Mayor.
No. Then real briefly before we start, I just want to address one of the public comments from earlier. I appreciate that there are a lot of residents waiting to talk about the next item, but there really is nothing more important that we do up here than approve the staff's budget. So it was important for me to take this item in order. And with that, I assume all the council members will have some input. Let's go in alphabetical order tonight, which I think doing the alphabet in public is dangerous. I think that makes me go first. I had the opportunity to go through this in painstaking detail with the Financial Review Committee, and I again applaud the staff on what a great financial position we are in light of the fact that we lost $11+ million in revenue on very short notice, with no notice, quite frankly. My only question to Mr. Killebrew, and he's heard me ask this already, but for the public, are there any strategic priorities that the council has directed staff to carry out that are not properly funded in this budget?
No, sir.
Okay, then that's all I have. Mr. Frost?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, to the staff, fantastic job. We got to grill you during the Financial Review Committee, but pretty darn amazing that we can fund all CIP. We can catch up on our reserves. We're not counting the $6 million. Just overall a good job. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And if you ever get confused on the alphabet, it's on the very front page of our staff report. They list us in alphabetical order. I just had a couple questions. I do want to commend staff on this. I think one of them was definitely answered. But we have the $6.32 million that we think we're going to be receiving. I don't think we have a policy on how we're supposed to receive that, since it's somewhat of an anomaly. but your intent is to use that to replenish our reserves, correct? Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was happening. And when you say that there's going to be a delay in the TOT recovery, and you've been talking to our hoteliers, is that because the personal travel has slowed down or isn't coming back as quickly, or is it because of the conference business that they do?
It's a group business.
What's that?
Group
Group
business.
business.
So
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering about that. So I've been through this. Yeah, there were little minor things. I got a lot of questions that I can ask you off because they're really not real. It's like park staff office spaces being moved. Where's it going?
park staff right now are located in our emergency operations center,
Where are you moving them to?
right across the way downstairs here into what used to be My Lee's nail salon.
Okay. All right. Those are the types of questions I have, and I can ask those offline. But I want to thank you for all the hard work you did on this. I didn't get a chance to sit down with you ahead of time and go through it line by line. There's a couple questions I have just on numbers that seem kind of strange to me, like supplies for $500,000 for the year. That's a lot of money for supplies. And so I'd like to ask you about that a little bit. We'll do that offline. But overall, I'm very impressed that with the loss of $11 million, that you've been able to maintain a balanced budget, meet all of our core objectives and goals, and have not had to utilize the $6.32 million. Hopefully, we will receive that and replenish these reserves a little bit quicker. Thanks.
All right. Councilmember Vic Sorick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As always, Mr. Kilburn, I want to commend you on the work you did and the staff. Always a fantastic job on the budget. I'll just ask a couple of quick questions. Let's see. Can you explain the triple flip to me? Okay, no, you don't have to answer that right now. Let's see. I know that we are projected to be down $11+ million from the pandemic. Can you just explain to me where the projection comes from, or when it's turning around, or how you arrived at that?
So we have 20 years worth of monthly hotel tax collections for every property and also their occupancy levels. And we put together a model that adapted to what we were seeing when the pandemic hit, the numbers we were getting and what we were hearing from them. And we're constantly tweaking the model. So it's just basic, a lot of it's input from them. We've got, friends that work at the hotels that let us know, like, it's very common for me to make 3 or 4 calls on a Friday and say, how's the weekend look? And I'll get occupancy numbers, and, myself and staff members are looking at, what are the rates that they're charging. So, you'll see a lot, if you were to get my log of internet action on my city computer, a lot of them will look like I'm trying to book rooms at hotels. But the general managers are very open with us on how things are looking. We work with them very closely with the Visit Dana Point organization that they have. And then Kelly's a wealth of information on what's coming down the pipe. My assistant was in the hotel industry for a couple of decades. So we keep pretty close tabs, and so far, incredibly, our numbers have. We're very conservative also, so the downside isn't so bad when something does happen. But even when we have a hotel that stays closed, 7 months longer than we expected, our numbers were conservative and we adjusted, and we're still. I'm hoping to finish a little bit better than the $7 million that we told the council we were going to hit this year back in September.
Okay. Thanks. So just one other question is, and I know you didn't have anything to do with this legislation, but the federal legislation, we are expected to get about $6.32 million due to the effects of the pandemic. Do you have any idea how that was calculated or where that number came from?
They've got a fancy formula. They started with a big pot of money and they figure out how to divvy it up. So there's the population-based numbers, but when you look at our numbers, the fact that we are crushed by the hotel losses, since they have revenue losses as a qualifying action, if you will, to be able to qualify for the money, we have no problem because we're even at 6.3, we're only getting about half back from what we lost. There are other cities that are getting a lot more money than they've got eligible criteria to meet, that they won't be able to use all their money. It's going to go back. Right now, I'm waiting for the Department of Treasury to come out in the guidelines, but my read is they can either give it to the state if they don't have qualifying events or don't take it. And I would like to know if they could give it to other local governments, and we'll try and work out some trades, 70 cents on the dollar or something.
That sounds good. Thanks very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Villar. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate it. My question is probably a little bit more selfish for District 5. I see your list of facilities, and we've talked about this, and I'd like to ask publicly. I'd love to see Pines Park get on that list. How do I get Pines Park, especially I'm talking about the lower part of Pines, the little dirt area there. As much as I love to see kids jumping bikes in there, I'd probably be there when I was 14 or 12 or whatever. It seems like it's a little bit dangerous. I'd love to add that to the list and maybe do a community outreach in Capitol Beach and see what our residents want. I kind of did a straw poll, and the majority want to see something different down there. There's a lot of different ideas. How do I get on the list there?
I'm looking to the council for that discussion. It's on our wish list in the facilities fund, those types of items. So you'll see in both the facilities and the capital improvement fund, there are unfunded projects that are on that list. And I carry them on here. Sometimes one gets pulled off. You look at Town Center, it had been on the list for a good number of years before the council took it up and said, go get it done. Probably 12 or 13 years. But there is that list, and it's up for council discussion on moving something forward from the unfunded list to start planning on it list.
Mayor Pro Tem Miller, I know you sat on that subcommittee.
I did. I sat on that subcommittee with former Councilmember Lewis, and we went through all the different parks in the city and listed them in order of priority based on a lot of different criteria. Shipwreck Park, obviously, we're going to we awarded a contract on that. We did the last meeting, and it was all based on community need. One of the issues we have with the Pines Park, that lower area, is if we do try to improve it, you have to create ADA access to it. And it becomes an incredibly expensive project to try to do that. And so we are still looking at it, but we saw some more immediate needs. So Pines is on the list for sure. It's just a matter of what can we do down there? How do we mitigate the cost of it and actually the risk there? So that's how it got where it is on the wish list. And so it's not that we weren't thinking about it, but it was such a tough project to deliver, and the cost just to design it and figure out what the community really needed actually just lowered it on the priority list, but it was there. Thanks.
Any other comments or questions? No. I think, Mr. Kilbrew, unless you have anything else, that sums it up from us. Great job. This is the first workshop of this. I know you're going to bring it. Do you want to let us know when you'll bring this back, and just so everyone has an idea?
June 1st.
Yeah. And we will adopt it then, or certainly consider adopting it then. All right. Thank you very much. That brings us to the next item, item number 17. And that's listed as amendment to section 5.38 of the municipal code for new and enhanced regulations and increased penalties and violations for short-term rentals. Madam Clerk, public comments? Staff report first, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Just wanted to put the item a little bit in context before I hand it over to the staff to provide a more detailed presentation. This council has been discussing this item for a long time. The community has been involved in it in depth. And if you go to the first slide, I want to highlight one of the most relevant things to us, and that is policy direction that the City Council provided us back in October of 2019. The three items here highlight where we are going to be utilizing as we go forward in developing the short-term rental regulations and pilot program. So the one I want to highlight mostly, because we are focusing on regulations tonight, is the policy objective to firmly protect against nuisances. And going on to the next slide, the council most recently discussed short-term rentals back in July of 2020. At that point, the council directed the city staff to work with the Planning Commission in developing a pilot program, and also to look at our regulations. So what we have opted to do is develop a two-phased approach in pursuing short-term program. And tonight is a piece of that, our regulations. And talking about short-term rentals, we're often confronted with criticisms of our enforcement program and that it's not effective, our penalties aren't strong enough. So we really want to take a thoughtful approach in working with the Planning Commission Subcommittee, which is comprised of Chair Nelson, who's here in the audience tonight for if you have any questions, as well as Chair Donor. And we developed a very transparent and effective process that John will provide you some details of to engage the community, look at other communities' regulations, as well as look at our own regulations and really digest the data to see what our program enforcement is doing and what type of true nuisances we've been having. So what we've developed tonight is really a straightforward amendment to our existing regulations that we feel provide us the most effective tools to regulate our existing short-term rentals, as well as provide the most effective penalties. And that we felt is most important to allow us to move forward, because without having these tools in place, we really felt it was ineffective or inefficient for us to move forward and talk about changing our short-term rental permits. So nothing tonight predetermines what's going to be happening with our short-term rentals, whether we have new or none. It just really provides us some tools to really better enforce our regulations. So with that, I'm going to turn over to John Champa. He's going to go over the process. And then Jeff Rossler, our Community Development Manager, is going to talk to you about our code enforcement data. And then lastly, John will go over the actual regulations. So with that, go ahead, John.
Thank you, Brenda. So as Brenda had mentioned, based on the City Council guidance, a two-phase process has been developed to move forward and address short-term rentals within the city. Phase one is to develop new and enhanced regulations for short-term rentals, and this would also include increased penalties for violations. Phase two would be for the development of a short-term rental pilot program. Now, this would be based on guidance from the City Council policy directives, as well as ordinances from other short-term rental communities, and use those as guidance to incorporate their regulations if they have been successful, as well as community input. On September 28th, 2020, the Planning Commission formed a short-term rental subcommittee, as Brenda had mentioned, with Chair Nelson, as well as Vice Chair Donor, to conduct public outreach for the effort. Now, this would include also formulating recommendations for phase one and phase two. So a summary of those activities completed for this phase one include public outreach, which has been across a number of different medias, including articles to the local paper, social media posts, and emailing interested parties of updates proposed. Planning Commission briefings have occurred at all the meetings, as well as conducting 4 short-term rental stakeholder meetings. Informational flyers have also been developed, and we'll be sharing those with you this evening. The city's also updated its website, as well as developed a interactive short-term rental map with emergency contact information for short-term rental operators. In addition to those, city staff and the subcommittee have researched other municipalities that operate short-term rentals to glean valuable regulations that could be utilized for the city, as well as make formal recommendations of the proposed new and enhanced regulations for short-term rentals. So before you, I have some examples of the informational flyers that will be that will be available to the public and provided. These are intended to be utilized for different community groups. So this is the first, which is just kind of essentially a general summary of short-term rentals for the community. Provides a history of short-term rentals as well as locating them within the community, which is broken up by districts, as well as key rules and regulations and enforcement statistics. This next flyer is for neighbors of short-term rentals, informing them of key regulations, as well as if you have an issue and you need to call in a complaint, steps to conduct that action. This would be an informational flyer for occupants of the short-term rental or the guests. Again, reiterating that, hey, you are in a neighborhood and how to conduct yourselves, as well as key regulations that they should abide by. Public input was provided through a number of different meetings. The first was the organization of stakeholders meetings. This was to allow for small group discussions to obtain input from those that have experience with short-term rentals. So this was comprised of a diverse group, which were made up of short-term rental permit holders, management companies of short-term rentals, neighbors of short-term rentals, and community groups. So once the subcommittee moves forward with phase 2, those groups or those stakeholder groups will be re-engaged to obtain their feedback for phase 2. The Planning Commission also held a public workshop on February 22nd, and there was a healthy attendance of 138 participants. This was held virtually, and 37 people spoke and provided comments on the proposed phase 1 efforts. On April 12th, the Planning Commission received public comments and provided a formal recommendation to the City Council that's before you today for the proposed amendment. And with that, I will hand the presentation over to Community Development Manager Jeff Rossler.
Good evening, Mayor Federico and City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity this evening. I'm briefly going to present information concerning our ongoing short-term rental program that began issuing permits in 2016. Permits have been allowed to renew annually. This map shows the distribution of those STRs across the city. It has an overlay of the city's voting districts, as well as that blue line representing where the coastal zone is. This map was produced at the request of the subcommittee from the Planning Commission and is available not only on the handout in the lobby that John just mentioned, but it's also available in an interactive version on the city's website. Something that we heard from the public was that, how do we get in touch with our neighbor if they're out of town when they have an STR that might be unruly? So now you can go on the interactive map, you can click on each and every one of those green dots, they're interactive. The address, the owner's name, the owner's contact, the agent's name, the agent's contact will appear on your screen, and you can reach out to them directly if you choose to do so. As you see here, existing STRs are not distributed spatially equally across the city. Out of the 136 permits as of last week, 42% are in District 5, with a large cluster of those you can see separated out in the dark blue on Beach Road. 31% are in District 4. 20% are in District 1, with another large cluster concentrating in the Corniche neighborhood. As most of you are aware, code enforcement cases follow a progression through enforcement mechanisms. This process is the same for any short-term rental related violation. There are two general types of cases that we are concerned about with short-term rentals, and that's operating or advertising for a short-term rental without an active city permit, or having a nuisance at one of those permitted STRs in town. Each one of the cases starts with a notice of violation and the opportunity for the owner to comply voluntarily. When that does not occur, then that case progresses from just a code case into a citation. These are citations by year from 2016 going to 2020. You can see the majority of them are for advertising for a short-term rental without a permit, and there's just a handful for nuisances at those permanent STRs. So most of the code enforcement effort has been to identify and stop unpermitted STRs from operating and advertising. You can see about half of the illegal STRs were closed voluntarily once a violation was brought to the owner's attention. So there's about 500 cases up there, and only 250 resulted in citation. Those citations can be appealed. They have an independent hearing officer who will come in and do the appeal hearing. We had 12 citations appealed in this room. All 12 were upheld. And after that, all the illegal advertising was stopped. There's one case that has continued to illegally advertise despite numerous citations. And that case has been brought to the city attorney's attention and will be arraigned in a criminal hearing starting on May 25th, 2021. Currently, I know there's a lot of numbers out there, but I looked today and we currently have 4 code cases for unpermitted STRs, which means we only have 4 illegally advertising STRs today. Code enforcement staff was asked to increase their efforts during the peak operation hours. We did get some complaints that, code enforcement operates 9 to 5 business hours or banker's hours, whereas STRs are 24/7. Our guys got out and they did 1,600 windshield inspections after hours. They conducted 128 hours of after-hour inspections. Those inspections occurred mainly Friday and Saturday nights, anywhere from 6 to midnight. During that time, one of our code officers, we had, kind of a house and a person who was complaining a lot in a neighborhood. And our code officer was able to go and talk to those STR runners, and they went inside without further complaints being given. We kind of met with the owner of that STR the next week. And after that, we received no more complaints at that STR for the rest of the summer. So it proved to be effective, us being out there. We also improved relationships with the security guards, both at Beach Road and at Corniche. And so, our guys would show up, they'd roll down the window and say, hey, what's going on here tonight? And those guys have pretty good pulse on what's going on. And we were able to collaborate with them as well. Collaboration with Orange County Sheriff's Department has also been effective, looking over their calls for service and reviewing them and, comparing them to our calls for service as well through that 24/7 hotline. So this table is in your staff report. There were 34 cases open for complaints since 2016. Most of those complaints came through that 24/7 hotline. All those complaints were investigated in great detail, and only 6 complaints were validated. All 6 complaints resulted in a citation. All 6 of those complaints were for a nuisance citation for noise at a permanent STR. I think 2 were in 2018, if we go back to the slide, and 4 were in 2020. There were 0 citations issued for trash and also 0 citations issued for parking violations.
Thank you, Jeff. With that, I'm going to move on to the proposed new and enhanced regulations for phase 1. So the proposed regulations were derived from a number of different sources. They're derived from research from other municipalities on what has been successful. And these are municipalities that are located within and outside of the coastal zone, as well as the 2 surveys that were conducted in the community over the last few years. The stakeholder meetings that were conducted in January of this year, as well as the Planning Commission short-term rental workshop and the code enforcement statistics that Jeff provided. To go over the proposed regulations they're proposed before you today for the amendment. First is that a notice be provided to the neighbors of the proposed short-term rental or the short-term rental that's having a permit renewal. Staff To also note, staff is recommending that any tenants adjacent to the property also be provided notice. And then in addition to that, that the contact information for the short-term rental emergency contact be provided, as well as the city's code enforcement office and the sheriff's department to aid them in providing any complaint requests. In addition to those, the flyers that I mentioned would be provided in the packet to educate and inform those adjacent neighbors. In addition to that, staff or the subcommittee and planning commission are proposing the incorporation of corporate meetings into the list of unpermitted activities at short-term rentals. Continuing on, expanding upon the advertisement regulation, which would include identifying the city's permit number on the description of any short-term rental advertisement, as well as the permit number on all photographs provided. Again, expanding upon the regulations would increase the minimum renter age from 18 to 25 years old. To expand on the requirements for acknowledgements would require that the renter sign the acknowledgement of the good neighbor policy, as well as in the good neighbor policy acknowledging and identifying that all parking is to be conducted on site, either in the driveway or in the garage. And then all regulations would be posted within the short-term rental unit in a conspicuous location visible to the resident or the guests. Trash was one of the items that were identified as a concern in the community surveys, and staff has provided an updated regulation to that after the first violation, that the property owner sign up for what's called walk-in trash service provided by the city's trash hauler, and they would be required to provide proof of entering into this program. Noise and nuisances were also a concern expressed in this community surveys, and so those have been enhanced with what's before you today, which includes requiring the emergency contact to abate all issues within 20 minutes. Staff would also like to update that regulation with the elimination of the time frame of 24 hours for preventing reoccurrence. And this would ensure the consistency with the Planning Commission recommendation, which is for just abating the issues within 20 minutes. In addition to that, related to noise, two provisions are proposed to be added, which include no amplified noise at any time to be heard at the property line, as well as no outside noise to be heard from the short-term rental property line from the quiet hours of 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. Based on the policy directive of the City Council, increased fines and penalties were also incorporated into the proposed amendment, which include increasing the fines to the maximum allowed per the state, as well as on the third violation over the life of the permit to result in the revocation of the short-term rental permit. Best management enhancements have also been incorporated based on community feedback, which include the city establishing a new online service to collect and provide TOT audits, as well as contracting with a new company to provide the 24/7 emergency hotline to receive complaints, as well as provide immediate notification to the city, as well as the sheriff's department of any issues or complaints. As Jeff had previously mentioned, the development of the short-term rental interactive map with the emergency contacts that has been up on the city's website since February, as well as the extension of the code enforcement after hours operations during peak seasonal times. So with that, the pilot program tentative schedule for you is for the week of May for the staff to meet with the subcommittee to develop the approach and framework for moving forward with the pilot program. on the week of May 17th would be conducting the stakeholder meetings. And then in early February, hosting a planning commission public workshop. So again, just to reiterate the council objective or policy objective that was provided by staff, this is what has led led the recommendations before you, and that has been one of the primary steering objectives. So with that, the Planning Commission is recommending the introduction of the ordinance for the proposed amendment to section 5.38 of the municipal code to create new and enhanced regulations for short-term rentals. That concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you very much, staff. That now brings us to public comments. Before we call, if you want to bring them up, Madam Clerk, before we call for the in-person public speakers, I just want to let everyone know we received numerous digital email comments to the council. All the council members did receive them prior to the meeting, and I can verify that all the council members had an opportunity to read them before the meeting. We closed our short session early so that all the council members had a chance to look at those. Unlike some past meetings, we're not going to read them all aloud. And I will remind all of our in-person public speakers that you have 3 minutes. If you do hear the tone go off the second time, I will, as tactfully as possible, let you know your time is up. And with that, the first speaker is Betty Hill from Dana Point.
That's a surprise. I was sort of resting out there. Betty Hill from Dana Point. I think Dana Point residents should pay attention to all the regulations in the ordinance because they are actually evidence and acknowledgement of the threats that STRs pose to your residential neighborhoods. Apparently, the City Council expects residents to live with those risks because based on the staff report, as you heard, and the experience of other cities, regulations will be difficult to enforce. The truth is, regulations can't address residents' major concerns: the constant flow of strangers, worry about the safety of their children, impacts on the value of their homes, the loss of affordable housing, or the deterioration of the sense of community. Dana Point's communities and many Orange County cities prohibit STRs with good reason. Homes are residents' most valuable assets. There's a clue in the regulations that shows that the City Council knows that STRs are a risk. Item number 15, no on-site exterior signs are to be posted advertising a short-term rental. Why keep it a secret? Because such a sign could affect the appeal and saleability of nearby homes. Homeowners relied on the city zoning code when buying their homes, and STRs are not allowed in residential neighborhoods. The ordinance acknowledges that fact, whereas because short-term rentals are not listed as a permitted or conditionally permitted use, they are currently prohibited in the city. Their exclusion is not an oversight. Home rentals are allowed in the city for as little as 30 days. Bed and breakfasts are conditionally permitted in mixed-use zones, and hotel businesses are permitted in commercial zones. So all of those areas of transient occupancy are covered. The City Council provides nothing in this ordinance to protect approximately 40% of Dana Point's residents who are renters, many with low incomes, whose housing will be seriously imperiled. Nor does the City Council provide any provision to protect neighborhoods from a continuing deluge of out-of-town investors. Why are there no penalties for management companies that are running many of these STRs for the absentee owners? This ordinance doesn't go far enough. Why is the council rushing to pass this ordinance? Even the Planning Commission meetings were rushed through during the pandemic with little resident participation. 4,000 residents. I'll go to the end here. For the interest, is that my time frame? For the interest of fairness for residents in all of the city's 5 districts, I would hope that at least 3 members of the council will show respect for the residents and independence from the STR lobby and real estate PACs and announce tonight that they will allow a public vote on any STR policy. Doing that will show that the council truly believes that their policy would be acceptable to the majority of the residents they were elected to serve. Thank you.
Perfect timing, Ms. Hill.
I actually left out some things, so to fit
in. Our next speaker is past council member Paul Wyatt. Welcome back, Paul.
Thank you. My name is Paul Wyatt, and I am a resident of Dana Point. I have 4 points that I would like to get across to council tonight. Point 1, work on this STR ordinance began in 2007, 14 years ago. The staff report from that first meeting could be used for today's meeting. 134 STRs operating versus 136 today. No zones where STRs are permitted, so all are operating illegally. And at the direction of council, code enforcement has taken no action. Either change the zoning code or shut down STRs, but don't waste time tweaking ineffective business rules that have only resulted in 6 citations in 5 years. Point 2, tonight's staff report states short-term rentals have historically been a part of Dana Point. This statement has been used to defend STRs. STRs have never been legal in Dana Point. Stop using this misleading statement to grant rights to people who are breaking the law. Point 3, at its October 1st, 2019 meeting, the council set 3 STR objectives. 1, maintain the character of our neighborhoods by not encouraging absentee corporate investment. 2, firmly protect against nuisances. And 3, balance the rights and responsibilities of all residents and homeowners and honor all HOA regulations. The best way to meet all these objectives is to ban STRs. Nearly all of Dana Point's 34,000 residents have chosen to live in neighborhood zoned residential only, where businesses are not permitted. If it is the council's intent to allow STR businesses to operate in residential only zone, it needs to clearly state that on balance, the rights and responsibilities of all 34,000 residents and homeowners is outweighed by the desire of a couple of hundred people who need not be residents to operate businesses in residential only neighborhoods. And it needs to give those 34,000 residents the right to agree or disagree with them. Point 4, the pilot program mentioned as the next step cannot make STRs legal in Dana Point. Only a Coastal Commission approved change to the zoning can do that. The Coastal Commission staff offered to recommend approval of a homestay only STR ordinance if Dana Point would commit to add additional types of STRs if a 1-year pilot did not provide 100 to 150 low-cost accommodations. Pursue the pilot program only if you propose a homestay STR ordinance for Dana Point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wyatt. The next speaker is Suzanne Christensen from Dana Point.
Good evening, council members, and thank you for your time. I'm a retired school teacher, and I own a vacation rental property in the beautiful Lantern District of Dana Point. It's my primary source of income, and I bought my property in 2014 because I knew that ultimately I wanted to retire in Dana Point. And I was able to legally rent my home in the Dana Point area with a permit. I have a permit and I take care of my property. It's my future. I'm here today to urge the Dana Point City Council to reconsider the currently proposed regulations. While we agree that many of them are reasonable, a few of them are not so reasonable within the city. It's unfortunate that some individuals and local residents who oppose short-term rentals are driven by fear and misinformation rather than facts. They are basing their concerns and biases on a few unpermitted, unaccountable properties scattered throughout Dana Point. Apparently this has gotten better. But that's kind of been the history. It is important to understand that moving into the ever-growing global economy, vacation rentals have expanded and enhanced the travel landscape by offering alternative accommodations and providing economic benefits to the communities around the world, effectively creating a vibrant marketplace. By instituting a policy such as the Coastal Commission model for transient occupancy tax, which was mentioned earlier, everyone benefits. Dana Point receives additional tax revenue, and this actually could go a long way, or at least a little way, in helping with that $11 million loss. Something to think about. And both travelers and residents benefit from the fantastic economic opportunities that short-term rentals provide, and the community as a whole. With sensible regulations in place that apply to all short-term rentals equally, the perceived threat to the enjoyment of our community is not really an issue. Basically, we agreed with a lot of the items, and we want to be good neighbors. We want to be good citizens, and we want to continue doing our vacation rentals. One of the bigger things we had an issue with was the fine going from $1,000 to $5,000. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker, I apologize, I've been having a hard time reading this. Sherry Cuomo, maybe? Is Sherry from Dana Point here? Did I get that right?
Yeah, that's
All
right.
right, thank you.
Just want to say this is the first time I've been out in public for a year. So, listen, I don't have any problems with regulations. I'm an STR owner. I have been for a while, and I follow everything that you guys are proposing. I'm a good neighbor. I talk to my neighbors. They have my contact number. We talk about it all the time. I screen all my guests, their families that can't afford to rent 2 rooms at a hotel, have a kitchen for snacks, and they want to visit Dana Point and enjoy this beautiful town. I really want to try to understand the other side, and if anybody wants to talk with me afterwards and, get to understand why someone like me who follows the rules, has a 5-star review, has my STR number up on the site, continue to pay my taxes and follow all the rules. And it just breaks my heart when I hear people that don't understand my side of the equation either. And so I'm trying to understand the other side. So tonight I'm just about, yes, regulation is important, but I think there's a few bad apples, and for the rest of the apples that are really trying to do the right thing and follow it and make Dana Point a wonderful place to visit, we're doing the right thing, and we're trying to make Dana Point a great place to visit. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. The next speaker is Susan Hinman.
Mayor Federico and honorable council members. My name is Susan Hinman, and I'm a resident of Dana Point. There are several concerns I have regarding short-term rental ordinance that you are considering tonight. In the ordinance's whereases, it states that short-term rentals, quote, are not listed as a permitted or conditionally permitted use in any of the zoning in the city. How can you adopt an ordinance and not use a defined zoning code? I'm totally perplexed by this. Take the time when you're reviewing the zoning regulations for Doheny Village, and maybe you can include STRs as your study for the entire area of Dana Point and address the STRs in the zoning code. It appears to what you're doing right now, it's illegal because it's not in the zoning code. Secondly, I have a concern. I witnessed the 134 people who testified, and there seems to be some discrepancies with concerns that were listed in the staff report. Are we as Dana Point residents and taxpayers subsidizing costs of STR, TOT due to the residents' demands for more timely enforcement, administrating cost, inspection, and as well as a now proposed platform for collection of TOT and providing audits? How do those cumulative TOT costs compare to the expenses needed to collect significant TOT revenues from our very substantial hospitality serving businesses in Dana Point who appear to do their job with very safe regulation? My third thing is, as personal gains for STRs, storing touring citizens living and working in Dana Point, the housing costs have gone up. I would plead with you to try and take a very common equal consideration so that we are providing wonderful tourist services to the visitors from Dana Point. But for people who work and live in Dana Point, we're also making a very comfortable place for them to live and work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Melina Spangler from Dana Point.
Hi, good evening. So first and foremost, thank you for hearing us and thank you for looking at both sides of this. I know it's a very, very passionate issue that everybody has regarding these short-term rentals. So I kind of shoot from the hip, speak from the heart. It's who I am, it's what you get. So we have a short-term rental and we've had this home in our family since 1974. We are longtime Capo people and we love it. And when you guys are saying with the regulations, we are good neighbors. This is our home. This is where I grew up. And it's a home that will pass in our family down to my grandchildren. It's a home that we want to keep. And it's a home that we've chosen to share with other families. The families who come and visit us are amazing people, and they're just that, they're families. These are not scary people. These are not pedophiles. These are not evil people. These are families just like you and me, but maybe they can't afford to have the real estate that we have and be where we are. And we're able to share our homes with them. We would make more money if we decided to put this house up as a regular rental than as a short-term rental. We've chosen to keep it as a short-term rental for a couple of reasons. A, we use it all the time. We're here. If it books, we have other options, but this is a home that we use and we enjoy. But so our revenue that we're making by using it as a short-term rental does not exceed or supersede what we would get if we just put it up as a regular rental, because we're still paying all of the utilities and everything else that goes with home ownership. So when it comes to the ordinance, we're not opposed. We are good neighbors. I know all of my neighbors. We've had the same neighbors in our neighborhood basically since we moved in 74. And in saying that, everybody has our contact information. They come over for holiday parties. We go to their houses. We are a community. We are part of the neighborhood. So it's not this awful, awful thing. It's really quite a blessing, and it's a blessing for our community, and it's a blessing to be able to share our sandbox with other people. And so if you would maybe look at this ordinance, I think there's some things in there and you may have some bad operators, but I also please be aware that like 3 strikes and you're out. Well, we've done this since 2010. We've had no complaints, no issues. But what if something happens and we get a new neighbor that moves in and all of a sudden they're complaining? You know, there has to be a regulation where we have the opportunity to say, hey, wait a second, it's not us, it might be them. That's not our instance, but you never know, it could be in the future. And also the fines, that's my thing. Thank you guys, appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Matthew Agron from Dana Point. If I said that correctly. If I mispronounced that, I apologize.
That's correct. I'm Matthew Agron. I'm an attorney for Roger Malcolm, who's asked me to read a statement he prepared. Why would our city council, who is entrusted with preserving our community, even consider allowing STR interests? Why do they care about the interests of investors? Why does city council not understand community? I live in Capistrano Beach with my family. I am not a visitor. I am a residential property owner. I pay for the privilege of owning and living here. I bought my home here to live in it, not to rent it out, to live in it. I care about my neighbors who likewise live here. I do not care about investors and STR interests who want to be small-time hoteliers. They obviously have open contempt for our concept of community and neighborhood. Those terms are to them simply areas to be exploited for their petty financial gain. I have endured an STR next door to me until the city finally fined the owner to the point they appeared to have ceased operation. The visitors, who are so highly valued by the STR interests, were comfortable having raging parties beginning at midnight and continuing until daylight. Those visitors were sticking needles in their veins and injecting drugs, then throwing their used needles into my yard. I have young children. What kind of people do things like that? What kind of people who are allowed to do things like that by STR interest? The kinds of people that don't live here. Unregulated people. The kinds of people the city enables by not only allowing them to be in our neighborhoods, but actually inviting them here. The kinds of people who do not belong in our community or our neighborhoods. STRs have no place in our neighborhood, no place in our community. It should not be a consideration to allow them, much less find ways to accommodate them. I have asked City Council before, and I will ask again, please do not corrupt, do not prostitute our community, because that is exactly what it is, what STRs allow it to do. Roger Malcolm, resident and homeowner of Capistrano Beach, California. Alan Bell has also asked me to read a statement. He's a resident of Capistrano Beach. Alan Bell, I'm a former organized crime prosecutor. I live in beautiful Capistrano Beach, where neighbors look out for each other and work together to preserve our great neighborhood. It is also my misfortune to live in an older area of the city that has no HOAs. HOA residents are a privileged class in Dana Point, but my neighbors aren't so lucky. It is also my misfortune to live in a minority district, a district that can be. Since I represent two members of the community, may I? Okay, may I have 1 more minute to? Thank you.
Next speaker is Mark Zanides from Dana Point. Go ahead, sir.
Gentlemen, thank you. A few years ago, the council took action to support the activities of a wealthy real estate developer named Sanford Edwards. That turned into Strandsgate. A phony ordinance was passed, lawsuit was filed, court eviscerated it. That was an illegal action to support a wealthy real estate developer. I fear the council is going down the same path. The staff report admits, and as Mr. Wyatt said, that the current STR programs are illegal. It recites, whereas the short-term rentals continue to be prohibited in all zoning districts within the city until the zone text amendment and local program coastal amendment described herein are fully and finally approved. You've permitted illegal STRs for starting 2013, but certainly after the referendum in 2016. This ordinance that is proposed does nothing but attempt to put a little lipstick on that pig. It doesn't make STRs legal. It tries to dress up and make more palatable those illegal STRs that have been operating within the city. In part, what people need to understand is this is a zoning issue. The Supreme Court a long time ago in Euclid v. Ambler in 1926 said it was permissible for cities in the exercise of their police power to organize cities in such a way that the pig is out of the parlor, even though it can be in the barnyard. You've put the pig in the parlor. You've kept the pig in the parlor. Now you're trying to put lipstick on the pig in the parlor. Until you approach this sensibly in the way that Paul Wyatt, I think, outlined, by approaching it with a zone text amendment and a local program amendment, all this dress up just confuses people. A number of the speakers today expressed amazement and concern and bewilderment, and not surprisingly, about why it is that they have a permit that is not really a permit. It's a permit, except it's conditional, it's revocable. People think they're not violating the law. The city is violating the law. The STR program that you propose will also violate the law. There's no zone text amendment language in this ordinance. There's no LDCPA approach going on here. You're trying to evade the Coastal Commission. Mr. Victoric, Mr. Mueller eloquently voted against the 2016 measure on the grounds that it was going to give too much city control to the Coastal Commission.
Sir, your time is up if you could wrap it
You're
up.
trying to evade that now. I submit that you need to get proper legal advice. I have submitted a letter today. There are a number of suggestions. I think you need an independent legal opinion which sets forth a proper and legal way to approach this issue, which is not now being taken. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is George Ray from Dana Point.
Good evening. My name is George Ray. I operate 3 small Airbnbs licensed in the city of Dana Point in Capo Beach. I'm in an interesting position because I'm going to retire from it. So I'm going to get out of the business anywhere from 90 days to no later than next March. So I'm going to get out of the business. Now, the property is such value, I'm going to sell it. I'm going to sell that property. It's not, maybe one of them is going to, the one property I'm going to sell, it's going to eventually be sold to an owner because they can't, the value of the property is such that I can't rent it for any kind of return on the investment. So I'm going to sell it. There'll be probably one owner occupied unit. I expect them to sell them with the furniture, and they'll probably put the other unit that I have into a 30-day rental. So I don't think it's going to be actually any help, and even if it was rented, it's going to rent at such rates that it's not going to be low income for sure. Now, I have operated them, and quite frankly, I can tell you I've had more problems with my long-term renters And in fact, my neighbor is happy that I got rid of the long-term renter. And, you know, the noise and generation by those folks were a lot less than what I have for the long-term renters. And it's going to be sad that I operate, and I probably compete a little bit with the hotels because of the small size. A couple of them are one bedrooms. So about 50% are probably could go in hotels. But the other ones can't because I'm able to allow pets. And I have a great example. It's a lady that showed up that grew up in Dana Point, can't afford to live here. She lives outside of Fresno in Clovis. She had 3 small kids, 2 dogs, and her husband. She came to visit her family. She couldn't stay anywhere else. She can't go in a hotel with 3 small kids under 5 years old. We provided, you know, and she has a full kitchen so she can cook because she can't cook for all those kids. And it's sad that we can't share Dana Point. And you know, and as you have out of how many housing units, I used to know the number 20,000 housing units. There's 136 as short-term rentals. For God's sakes, that's not a ton. It doesn't destroy the neighborhoods. And certainly we don't bring in drug addicts. Now, you can have an example of that, but yeah, but you can also have in all the rentals, I bet you have a lot more of those kinds of folks. So I hope the council can understand that basically the rules that you have and the strengthening of the operations, I'm fine with. I think it's good. We want to be good neighbors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, I may mispronounce this. It's hard to read. Mr. Israel from Dana Point. Did I get that correct?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Good evening, council members. My wife spoke a little earlier. So we operate a short-term rental, and I think they're extremely necessary. First, because we do share our house with people and it's an option. Second of all, as the individual in front of me spoke, there are certain people within our culture that cannot just go to a hotel. If you're a handicapped person, it's a lot harder for you to have facilities in hotels. People unfortunately tend to look at you, especially if it's your child that has a walking disability, or if you wanted to bring your dog, or if your last dream with your pet might be just to walk on the beach. There are certain people demographically that will need this. And out of the 34,000 people or residents within the city of Dana Point, 138, that's insignificant. It's not even the tip of the iceberg. It's a drop of water in the ocean. So the regulation that you guys are proposing and putting forth are good. They're necessary. But on the same token, do not use the shotgun approach. One bad operator should not dictate the rest of the operators. Once you open that Pandora's box, it's difficult to close it. So the duty falls upon you guys as civic-minded individuals. Try to make the right decision, not just as an individual sitting on a dais. Put yourself in somebody else's shoes. What if it was your handicapped child? What if you didn't live by the beach and you wanted to go one final walk with your dog? What if you couldn't do a certain thing and you needed that little niche market to assist you in having something completed on your bucket list? We're good neighbors. I'm the watchdog on our street. Any neighbor that has a problem, I'm the guy. I'm a local contractor in town as well. We work here. We live here. We contribute here. Fortunately enough, we can afford to live here. But demographically, a lot of others can't. That's why we choose to share our house. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Nick Tarantino. Dana Point.
Good evening. My name is Nick Tarantino. My wife and I are 38-year residents of Dana Point and have been living in Capistrano Beach for the last 16 years. We've been following the short-term rental discussion for the past several months and doing some research of our own. We participated in and viewed the Planning Commission virtual meetings. We've also lived next to STRs on Beach Road for about 2 years. Based on the nature and the number of citizen complaints voiced in those meetings, I was curious how many STRs are actually operating in the city. We knew the city's official count, which is in the vicinity of 134, along with the low number of formal complaints. But after listening to the citizens' complaints and from our own experience on Beach Road, it didn't add up. For our research, we used a source used by industry leaders, AirDNA. AirDNA is relied on by CBR, California Coastal Commission, California Hotel and Lodging Association, and STR investor groups. They rely on AirDNA because CBR has found it to be 97.5% accurate. Our AirDNA search showed that as of April 11th, there were 270 active STRs in the city, double the official number of 134, meaning that the city collected far less transient occupancy tax than it's entitled to. For the weekend of September 24th, as of yesterday, there are 395 Dana Point STR advertisings, with about 50% of them already booked. When my wife presented these data on the April 12th Planning Commission meeting, it was dismissed by a city rep who said that the data were inflated by STRs operating in the neighboring cities and including the words Dana Point in their postings, causing those postings to be counted in the number of Dana Point STRs. To be very clear, the 394 STRs listed for September 24th do not include STRs in neighboring cities. These are STRs operating within our city boundaries. Why does the city believe there are only about 134 active STRs when there's ready available evidence refuting that number? For us to know this and the city not to know is troubling. And I attribute this to either negligence or being understaffed or something that we're not being told. Before proposing new regulations that look like recycled versions of existing regulation, the city needs to start over and get better understanding of what they're regulating and why the current regulations of enforcement are so ineffective, costing the city massive amounts of lost TOT. Appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Kim Tarantino. Dana Point.
Hi, I'm Kim Tarantino, a resident of Capistrano Beach, but I am reading this on behalf of Buck Hill, who is also a resident of Capistrano Beach. He says, the first reading of this ordinance should be postponed because it is premature and inadequate for among the following 16 reasons, and I will try to get through all of them. 1, major stakeholders, including hotels, renters, and huge numbers of residents who will lose their zoning protection, have not been consulted. 2, this ordinance is being taken out of order. Once you decide the types and numbers of STRs that will be allowed, you'll have to change 5.38 again. 3, you have not achieved your stated objectives, and the enhanced regulations to protect residents are missing key elements. 4, significant fines and penalties, which this ordinance does not include, are the most effective means to protect residents. For operating without a permit in Newport Beach, $9,000 fine per day. Big Bear, $15,000 per day. 5, there are no regulations to discourage absentee investor ownership, corporate or otherwise. 6, illegal STRs appear rampant, sounds like it, and there is no effective way to shut them down or control them, as Dana Point's experience and that of many other cities show. 7, there has been no effort to shift enforcement to the platforms and hosts or to hold companies accountable for properties they manage for absentee owners. 8, there are no administrative subpoenas or fines on platforms for illegal advertising. 9, there is no right of private action to support city enforcement efforts. 10, the rules don't address the unfair burden on neighbors of STRs. 11, the nature and proof of 20-minute notice periods are not defined. 12, collection of penalties and the procedure for enforcement are not defined. 13, anyone can get a permit, even those with past penalties and fines, which should be able to disqualify a person from obtaining a permit, including for any property he or she operates as an STR in Dana Point. 14, no restrictions on scarce on-street parking. 15, no plan to fund increased staff and legal budgets to enforce illegal STRs or to collect overdue fines. 16, unfair impact on non-HOA residents and on districts 4 and 5 have not been addressed. Residents deserve what was promised, a transparent, thorough process and tough, fair regulations, which will likely change depending on what's decided in phase 2. This reading is premature. The regulations are anything but tough. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Barbara Wilson from Dana Point.
Good evening. I'm Barbara Wilson. I'm a Dana Point resident. The fact you are calling this ordinance an enhanced STR regulation shows a lack of understanding Council and Planning Commission have of the problems facing residents living next to an STR. The so-called public workshops, which Council and the Planning Commission have used as a basis to improve STR regulations, are drastically flawed. First of all, you left out important stakeholders, residents who are not adequately noticed, hotels, and the large renter community of our city. Further, you failed to do your homework reviewing police call records and host compliance calls, which have resulted in inaccurate statistics on the real STR problems that you've presented in this ordinance. Clearly, there is a little mention of how you will eliminate illegal STRs, which are currently nearly twice the number of licenses you have on record. And how will you comply with the city's zoning regulations? The glaring fact is there is no effort to make a concrete commitment on how residents will be protected from STR nuisances. It's a joke to think owners, most of whom are out of town, will react in 20 minutes to solve a problem. How about having city employees being tasked with appearing in 20 minutes to end a disruption? You say host compliance is the go-to site for reporting a problem STR, but the first thing when a resident is asked when they call host compliance is, what is your city and what is your state? How is that for a local response? Mr. Mueller stated he is fearful of the Coastal Commission's influence over an adopted STR program when further restrictions are needed. Those fears are justified, and Newport Beach is a prime example. They are now trying to put a cap on their number of permits, change the minimum stay to 3 nights, make a minimum age of 25 years, and in calling a staff member of Airbnb asking about that 25-year minimum, they state, well, we have concerns about age discrimination in not allowing 18-year-olds the right to rent on our platform. Also, there is a proposal for Newport Island to do homestays only. These crucial issues will be decided by the Coastal Commission and not by the council or the residents of Newport. Note, Newport Beach does not allow STRs in R1 neighborhoods. Cities throughout our country have either banned or restricted STRs to areas that will least disturb residential neighborhoods. Ordinances like Lagunas that allow STRs in commercial areas, as well as homestays, are a reasonable option. For these reasons, you need to go back to the drawing board and not adopt this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Miriam Rupke from Dana Point.
Good evening, council members. My name is Miriam Rupke. I am a resident of Capistrano Beach. I am also a STR owner. I'm just coming here today to say that I am in favor of regulations. And honestly, what is being proposed is really not much different than how I manage my current short-term rental. I have an age minimum requirement. I have postings inside of my house to make sure that guests are not being loud. There's no outdoor entertainment allowed between the hours of 10 p.m. to actually 8 a.m., so later than what is being proposed. I have a 10-page, very litigious rental contract that scares people before they even enter my house, just stating that they have to be good neighbors. So I'm all for being a good neighbor. And there's really nothing that I feel it's a very reasonable proposal. The one thing that I would ask is, there's been a lot of talks about these unpermitted STRs, and I'm sorry, this just drives me batty because I've had conversations with people who are anti-short-term rental, and I need to educate them that just because you're listed on Airbnb and VRBO doesn't mean that they're all STRs, like under 30 days or under. So they're going on these websites and they're finding homes that are 31 days plus, and they're saying that these are unpermitted rentals. There's a difference. You can be on Airbnb, you can be on VRBO, you can have a 31-night rental, furnished rental. So one thing that Newport Beach did is that they require on Airbnb and VRBO to register your permit. If you do not register it, your listing gets taken down. I know this for a fact because outside of owning my own rental, I manage properties in Newport Beach and in Dana Point. When they put this rule in effect, all of my listings came down and I could not have any active listings unless I put my permit. So please do that in Dana Point so it can shut everyone up about this whole 300 or 700 unpermitted STRs, because it would not be physically possible to advertise on those sites illegally. So that would just eliminate all that talk. Outside of that, that's all I have to say. I'm all for being a good neighbor, and I just wish that this mentality of NIMBYism, like we just have to try to come together on a happy medium. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Carol Kelly from Dana Point.
Hello, my name is Carol Kelly. I live in District 4 and I'm a homeowner in the Lantern District. Item 17, to add additional regulations to the Business Code 538 is confusing. First, in the staff report, the city states that the city needs to establish regulations to ensure they are compatible in residential neighborhoods. Question: if the city is changing the law to add additional regulations to the Business Code 538, does this mean the city is allowing short-term rentals in residential neighborhoods? I would ask the city attorney if we need to change the zoning code for this to happen, or should this issue be put on the ballot for residents to choose? For example, our city councilman, ex-city councilman Paul Wyatt's article, which was very excellent in the Dana Point Times, quote, although Dana Point began issuing short-term rental permits in 2014, it communicated that short-term rental operation was illegal until the Coastal Commission approved the zoning change, which has yet to occur. Second, the staff report states, quote, maintain character of neighborhood by not encouraging absentee corporate investment. On my street, and just in the Lantern District, we have 4 homes for sale. The original price for these homes were roughly about $100,000 and maybe $40,000 for a lot. Today, these properties have quadrupled. They're more or less in the $5 million to $10 million range. Since the original owners have died, which has occurred recently, their children who inherit the property cannot afford to buy out the property from their siblings. Thus, they sell these homes to the highest bidder. Often, the highest bidder is an absentee corporate developer who wants an Airbnb to maximize profit, big business. This won't happen if short-term rentals in residential neighborhoods are not allowed. Recommend the main regulation, no short-term rentals in residential neighborhoods. This would solve a lot of our problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ginger Albrecht, Dana Point. Nope. Okay. I have a speaker card here. It says Tony Nelson letter read by David. I'm sorry, I can't read the last name. If David is here, Tony Nelson submitted a letter to the council already. Sir, is that the same letter that Ms. Nelson submitted to the council already?
I don't know.
You don't know? All right, sir, you have your 3 minutes then.
Good evening. As you stated, I'm reading Tony Nelson's letter. She states the following: I'm incredibly disappointed in the city's effort to force a change to our STR policy during a pandemic and at seemingly breakneck speed. What happened to the promise of broad public outreach? Where's the outreach to the hotel industry? The hotel industry that lost $15 million to legal and illegal STRs in Dana Point last year. Revenue that should have generated $1.5 million in TOT, by the way, but only resulted in $600,000 because the city had absolutely no control over illegal operators. And what happened to the outreach to renters? 60%, according to city consultants, are already struggling to pay their rent. How will you explain a new policy that encourages landlords to evict them in order to convert our housing stock to more lucrative STRs? And finally, how about the 4,000 people signed a referendum rejecting STRs in our neighborhoods, but you have sent notices to only 307 STR interesting parties while only informing 100 STR owners? The notion that these enhanced regulations will somehow make STRs palatable to residents is ludicrous. In fact, if you truly believe STRs will be welcome in our community, will you next overturn CCNRs and HOAs, just as you overturned zoning for the rest of us? Why confine the pleasure to Lantern District and Capo Beach? You should be happy to have an equal number in many hotels and neighborhoods in all 5 districts. I sent a lengthy letter to you today outlining the fact that you have failed to achieve all 3 of your stated objectives. I also provided a list of 13 fundamental ways that the so-called enhanced regulations are still woefully ineffective. The most important issue in the vast number of illegal units. Over 150 are operating right now, and more than 250 are advertised STR later this summer. This data is from a reputable source with over 97.5% accuracy. Code enforcement issues, mere 42 citations for illegal advertising and 220, while all these activities are occurring right under your noses. Until the city can shut down illegal operations, enforce penalties, and properly address other resident concerns, you have no business passing the first reading of the regulations that are in effect and inadequate. It's time to put the horse before the cart and figure out what kind of STR units you want, and then establish regulations that make sense. This action is premature and inappropriate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maria Elena Banks from Dana Point, if she's still here. Looks like she left, right? Okay. And last but not least, Lori Balick from Dana Point. Oh, we're different one tonight.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay. Good evening, honorable council members. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. I appreciate all the work that's been done by the STR task force and public to try and find a happy medium. As an STR owner, these proposals are reasonable. I believe most STR owners want to be good neighbors. I know I certainly do. I've lived on Beach Road at a time when STRs were operated like the Wild West. There were no guidelines, very little supervision, and no accountability. We had people parking in our spots, stealing our firewood, loudly over-occupying neighboring houses. I once counted 28 people in a 4-bedroom duplex. I'm very sympathetic to anyone that is experiencing these bad apples. I've been in your shoes, but it doesn't have to be like that. When it became evident that my mom, who suffered from Alzheimer's, needed more care than I could provide for her to keep her safe and comfortable in her home, I turned to SDRs to provide for her care. Because I experienced what could be bad, I also knew what could be good. I genuinely care about my neighbors and wanted to make sure they were not inconvenienced. I instituted policies to protect them, even before the permit process. I already had a good neighbor policy and rules prominently posted in my property, advising guests that although they were there on vacation, our neighbors were not, and they lived there all the time. Guests must be mindful and respectful of this fact. I have an on-site property caretaker to be my eyes and ears. My neighbors have always had my direct number. The key to everything working well, I hired a good manager that enthusiastically supported and instituted the same policies. All of our guests are very carefully screened and explicitly informed of our strict policies. We have never had a complaint. If your manager is regularly booking unruly guests, he or she is not doing their job properly. Their job doesn't begin and end with advertising, collecting money, and paying TOTs. It begins with screening. This will go a long way to protecting your neighbors and your house. If your guests aren't respectful of your neighbors, chances are they aren't respectful of your house. If you are managing your own property, you likely know this and have already taken these steps. I want to thank you again. I hope you will pass these reasonable regulations, and with strict enforcement, it will help ensure we don't infringe on our neighbors' quiet enjoyment of their home. We all want to be good neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Madam Clerk, are there any more public comments?
No, Mr.
No?
Mayor.
Okay, thank you. That brings the item back to the council. Do we have any questions for the staff?
I have a question.
All right.
So it's come up a couple times about stakeholders and the different groups that you used. And I happen to agree. I think that missing out on hotels and renters may have been a miss. How did you come up with the stakeholders, and how do we include those groups or maybe others? Do you feel like that maybe was a miss, or do you feel like we had adequate stakeholders to get the voice of the residents?
Perhaps I can jump in. The first stage of the process was focused on regulations. So we really wanted to find people in the community that had experience with short-term rentals. So choosing the stakeholders was focused on that purpose. The interest of hotels or renters, that we do foresee the need for phase 2. And that's why in phase 2, we will be doing a broader outreach, including a citywide mailer that will be going not only to tenants, but also to property owners. So again, it's the purpose of the first phase, wanting to talk to people that have experiences of having a short-term rental next door, or they're operating a short-term rental, or they're a management company. Nevertheless, we did have a public meeting as well that allowed all individuals to come forward. So I don't feel it was a miss. It was just purposefully focused on certain individuals.
Thank you.
I would remind the council, Commissioner Nelson is here from the Planning Commission. If anyone has any questions for him on behalf of the Planning Commission on how they got to this point. Otherwise, any more questions? Councilmember Frost, do you have a question? Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jeff, I think it might have been Mr. Tarantino or Tarantino, who brought up AirDNA. Currently it's got 270 listings on there, but another gal mentioned that does have 30-day plus rentals. Is that what you've confirmed, and do you feel comfortable with 134? I will admit on AirDNA, I'm getting about 145 right now.
So the 134 are the number of permits we've actually permitted through the city. So we know for a fact that's how many we have. Now, I think I told you guys, we checked our third-party source, our contract source, and there was about 10 properties that they flagged today. And so they said, hey, these folks are out here advertising on these platforms, and they scrub 38 platforms on an average of once a day to see who's out there. Now, I believe it's Ms. Rubke is correct, right? I said there was 4 that I feel are operating illegally. The other 6 have an advertisement on Airbnb, but once you start diving into it, you can't rent that property for less than 30 days. And so they understand our regulations. They understand that short-term is anything less than 30. And so they will put out an advertisement out there, but they're in a sense a long-term rental. And so we don't do any enforcement actions against them, even though they're advertising on those platforms. I do want to say I quickly looked at AirDNA. I was not familiar with them, but they appear to be a venue for real estate investors and STR investors. So I don't know if there's an angle there, but there are several different platforms and software companies that come back to municipalities and give us this information. We've talked to all of them, Deckard, Lodging Revs, Granicus, and I think they can really boil down to our needs. I'm not quite sure what AirDNA is.
So we feel pretty darn comfortable that we probably have about 4 to 10 right now marketing themselves.
That is correct. And it's a constant game. It's something we do every day, and this problem is not going to go away whether we have STRs in town or not. Permitted.
And one more, Mr. Mayor, just conceptually, can you give me any insights into how we have such vastly differing opinions on the problems these are causing? I know that's a loaded question, but gosh, we've got 6 total issues or citations in 4 years. But we've got folks walking in here explaining how horrible they are. Is it really tough to get to the citation? Do you have any insight for me?
I would say it's not tough to get to the citation. I would say that most code officers are reluctant to write a citation. Most deputies are reluctant to write a citation unless they see that crime in progress or unless they see that violation in progress. And so I think it vastly improved our idea of what was actually happening out there last summer by being out there on the streets. And my guys would say, "Guy, it's quiet. You guys have all been out on a walk around your neighborhoods in Dana Point in the evening. I mean, it's quiet out there." And that's what my guys were coming back and telling me. I believe them. Of course, there's going to be issues. Of course, there's going to be problems. But, you guys tasked us with, I think, what was it? To firmly protect against nuisances. And I think that the regulations we came up with tonight will do that. They will firmly protect against those noise nuisances by cutting out the gray areas. So when we show up on site and we do hear audible noise, that's a violation. Game on.
Any other questions?
So I would like to touch on that, on the violations and the enforcement. What obviously most folks are struggling with is I go to call in a complaint, and by the time someone gets there, that noise is over, or that situation is over, or it's been cleaned up, and now you don't see what I saw 50 minutes ago. How do you ensure that the nuisances that we're seeing are, they're being documented as only a handful, but how do we know how many I mean, I guess there were calls in there as well, the numbers for calls, but the issue that you have is we're looking at, a 20 minutes response for an issue. 20 minutes from when? 20 minutes from when I make a call, or 20 minutes from when the enforcement agency gets there. Tell me a little bit more about how we ensure that when I make a call, that somebody will be there and it's going to have an impact.
So remember, in the statistics over the past 5 years, we've had 34 calls for nuisances in that time. So this is a big what if question that doesn't happen a whole heck of a lot. However, we are looking at a different hotline. I went back and called our hotline managers, and I understand there's frustrations. Like, there's somebody in Colorado taking these calls. It's midnight. They get paid $15 an hour. I'm not sure what it is. And so they aren't familiar with this town, and they aren't as familiar as our residents want. And so we reached out to these other companies, and we think we've come up with a new company that we'd like to try out. And this new company, we asked Host Compliance, hey, will you guys change the script a little bit and let us know, or text our code officers, or, give our code officers a call. And they wouldn't do that. And so I'm proposing moving to this new hotline. And this new hotline, I think, is going to help us get to the point where we're more comfortable. So they have this progression tree, and they've done this in other cities. I've verified with these other cities that it's working. And so what will happen is they'll call in this hotline number, and we will get to write our own script about what happens. And at that point, that person on the hotline will contact the owner or the operator. And so once that owner or operator is contacted, I believe that'll start 20 minutes from that point. If they can't get in touch with the owner operator, or if they do, at the next step will be to call code enforcement. And they'll call us or text us on the weekends, and we will ask them the first question, hey, what time did the call first come in? And I hope to have the ability to be able to send somebody from home or on site and head out to that property. Now, if that nuisance isn't abated within that time period, which will probably be 20 minutes, that's a violation. If the noise is still going on, that's another violation. So you have a possibility of getting 2 violations in a single night if your owner, operator, manager isn't there and being responsive.
So that violation has to be validated by code enforcement in order for it to count as a violation?
Code enforcement or the sheriff's department. So if the sheriff's department responds before code gets there and writes a report and validates that with us, then we'll write a citation at that point as well.
So if I take a video of an incident, so before the sheriff gets there, now that noise is gone, but I say, hey, look, on my camera, I took a video. Is that count?
That's a gray area. I would certainly look at council to give an answer on that. But I would say I would feel much more comfortable having our code officer view that.
And there lies the problem, right? Is by the time the sheriff gets out there or code enforcement, that issue's gone. I've got it on my phone. Now we've got he said, she said, right? Hey, this happened, and you're not going to give this guy a violation or whatever the case may be. And now we're in this vicious circle again.
So let me take a step backwards, right? We've only had 34 nuisance complaints over 5 years. And so we're coming back to you guys right now with the subcommittee's recommendations to strengthen the program. If we get it wrong, we might get it wrong, right? We can come back again, strengthen it again, do something different. But these are kind of our best guess mechanisms, best management practices to move forward. We can change them in the future.
Thank you.
Councilmember Vic Sorick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a couple of enforcement questions for Mr. Rossler. First one is just kind of personal curiosity. You talk about windshield inspections. Can you tell me what that means and what that entails?
So we wrote a checklist for the code officers. And so they'll drive by, they'll sit outside the property, and they have about a series of 10 questions on a mobile device. They click, 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 click. And it's basically, are you seeing trash cans in view? Are you seeing trash out in the street? Are you seeing parking issues? And so they'll look at these, they'll kind of stand outside, look for some noise. They're not hearing any noise, or listen for some noise. And then they'll move on.
Okay. So it's something anyone in the public could observe. The code enforcement officer is there. He's sitting in his car looking through his windshield. Is that why it's called that? Okay.
Correct.
Got it. The other question I had goes back to, I guess, something I find interesting, I guess, why we have disagreements in this country. I have two reasonable people could hear the same fact and come to the opposite conclusion of what it means. And ultimately, it's going to be up to us to interpret some of the facts we get. And you're a staff member. I don't want you to put your thumb on the scales. I'm not asking you for that. I know you're just reporting facts to us. But one thing that, talking about there's only been 6 citations issued. I think one way to interpret that could be there's really not much of a problem. And I think the other side, and I think Mr. Wyatt pointed out, is that maybe we're not enforcing the regulations that we have. So there's 2 possibilities, and maybe there's other ways to interpret that fact. But I'm trying to better understand what the meaning of that is. And maybe the only way I can ask you is, have you found that it's been difficult to enforce the regulations? Are these going to help you enforce the regulations better? Would you have issued more citations? There's a lot of factors swirling around, but I'll turn it over to you to see if you can answer that one.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I'll go back to, firmly enhancing our nuisance ordinances. And I think for parking and trash, we do not have an issue in town. The noise is a gray area. And in the municipal code, we have a decibel, a noise ordinance. And that gets hard to enforce, right? You have to be at the property line. You have to have a noise meter. You have to read it. You have to make sure it's above ambient noise. You really need a scientist there to run all the data. And so I think these regulations, the way they're written, they cut out that gray area. And, if the code officer shows up and they hear amplified music, they hear a radio blasting during the day, that's a violation. If they show up after 10 and there's people outside having a party, drinking, having a good time, that's a violation. And so I think 2 things. One, cutting out that gray area on what is a noise violation and what is not helps. And I think the other thing is having people on the streets during the proper time will help as well. The third thing is getting those complaints to us in a quick mechanism. I don't know. I can't tell you about the data, right? The data is what it is. We have 6 citations over the past 5 years. What I can tell you is the same thing I told Mr. Villar, is that let's try and operate better. Let's collect data for another 2-3 years, and let's come back and reevaluate it.
Thank you, Mr. Merrill. I may have more questions when we come to the discussion, but that's all I have.
Okay. I won't weigh in on anything really yet. Questions? Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I've got a question about the noise regulation. And we've heard an operator come in and say that they have more problems with their long-term renters than they do with their short-term renters. So how did we get to no noise outside the physical boundaries? That sounds like an ABC regulation to me, quite frankly, on a liquor license. It's exactly what that sounds like to me. And we fight the ABC over that all the time in this city, that's unreasonable. So how do we justify saying, I'm a homeowner in my home, but I've got a short-term rental on one side of me, and I've got a loud neighbor on the other side of me. This guy can be blaring music all day long, all night, as long as he's not over our noise ordinance at night. During the day, it can be pretty much as loud as it wants to be because the noise ordinance don't kick in till later. But I go next door to a family that may have little kids, and they're out in the backyard, and they're playing and giggling and having a good time, and I just violated them for kids playing. But right next door, I've got a guy blasting his radio. How do we justify that? And maybe that's a question for Eric and why Planning Commission came up with this.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Miller, Councilmember Miller. It's an interesting question. This was probably one of the most difficult provisions that we talked through. My knee-jerk reaction was, probably similar to what I think I'm hearing from you, which is seems really restrictive. But trying to balance out the issue, and if I go back, one of the things that became clear is noise is the one issue that is verifiable. Those were the main complaints. We have the unrestricted or we have unpermitted STRs, but the ones
the real impacts that we found were really noise related impacts. And that was it. We didn't find the trash complaints that we've heard about. We didn't see any calls about those, as well as the parking, other than in various areas where there's already concerns about parking. And so we debated the question about enforcement as the key element, and heard from Mr. Rossler that one of the things that they struggle with is enforcing noise, because it's, you know, you have a community decibel level, then you have the actual noise. There's time periods that go into measuring that. And it's really impossible to enforce a violation of our noise ordinance outdoors after hours, short of not having any noise. And that's how we ended up there. Is, you know, there is a benefit, or a perceived benefit in having a STR permit, and with that comes additional responsibilities. And if we want to enforce those, we have to, you know, come up with some strategy. And this was the best strategy we could come up with at the time. But certainly open to other ideas. We couldn't come up with anything that gave the code enforcement officials enough teeth, other than having no noise at 10 p.m. And then daytime, you know, restricting that to non-amplified music.
Okay. Now, I don't have a problem with the after 10 p.m. I do have an issue with, if I'm there with my family, we have a radio going in the backyard. You can hear that from anywhere. You could probably hear a cell phone laying on a table playing music. And so I guess I have a little bit of a problem with that. No amplified music or noise over the outside property line. But I was just wondering how you got there. My issue is, and one of our speakers brought it up tonight, I can't remember which one it was. You may have a neighbor today that understands and enjoys the short-term renters coming in. You may get a new neighbor that says, oh, I can nail them right now, because I'll just call, they'll come over, they'll hear the kids playing in the backyard. The kids maybe have a radio on. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's extremely loud, but you can hear it. I just got violated. And I may have a big investment in that property, and all of a sudden I lose my short-term rental over some kids playing out there because I couldn't get there in 20 minutes. Beach Road, I don't know if anybody in here has driven all the way to the end of Beach Road. There's no way you're getting there in 20 minutes. No way. If you have to come from anywhere else in the city, maybe if you're sitting on Beach Road, you can make it to the other end in 20 minutes. It's just how narrow and all the cars that you're winding around. So I don't know. I don't have a problem with the noise issue. We have used noise meters in the past that, you know, you go out there, if you're over 50 decibels for a prolonged period of time, you're in violation. I have no problem enforcing that. And at 10 p.m., if you want no noise, I'm okay with that too. But, you know, just being able to hear it over the wall, amplified sound, I'm struggling with that a little bit. I had some other ones on here too. Can find all my notes. Hold on. Yeah, Mr. Vicsoric got my windshield inspection. I didn't know that one either. So what is that? So, the other question I had is, when you're issuing a short term, if we're going to issue a permit, and you're saying that we're going to notify the adjacent property owners, tenants, what does that do? If I notify them it's going to happen, okay, they've been notified, then what? What if they don't? What if they're opposed to it? What's the purpose of the notification, I guess?
So the purpose of the notification is, in many cases, it may be the property behind them. They might not know their neighbor. The information hasn't been exchanged in terms of, you know, if the operator is trying to be a good neighbor, saying, hey, here's my information if you have an issue. So this is the city's way to get out in front of that and do that for all of these particular properties. In addition to that, it provides the informational flyers related to, if you do have an issue, these are the steps you're supposed to take to make the call to the different organizations.
But that's not what this says. It says prior to issuance of the permit, you have to notify. That's very different from what you just said. is I'm going to notify them and I'm going to give them all the information for the operator and their phone numbers or whatever, their good neighbor policies. That has nothing to do with issuance of a permit. That's part of the requirement of the property owner or the STR operator. Why do you have to do it prior to issuance of the permit?
At this point, we're renewing these, so. it's
Or
the-
renewal. It says prior to issuance or renewal of the permit. So what's the point of doing that before the permit is issued?
So the purpose is just to provide advance notice of a short-term rental that's beginning to operate. If we wait till after the fact, it's going to be, the operation is going to be already in place. So provide the neighbor the information, say this is going to be occurring and this is what the is if you want to, if you have any issues. Not that they can contest the permit being issued, just that they are notified of what a process is if they have any issues of the operation of the short-term
Well,
rental.
that was my point, is I understand that, and I'm okay with giving them the information of the operator around them, but it's very clear, it says prior to issuance of the permit. Why does it have to be before? This leads me to believe that there's a process for an adjacent neighbor to try to block this.
So I guess you can say concurrent to issuance of the permit. It's just the timing of them having the information in hand before the operation of the SDR occurs.
I understand that,
Okay.
but that's not how this reads, in my opinion. I'm concerned about that we're giving people the impression that they have an opportunity to block this permit from happening.
That's certainly not the intent. So we'll take a look at the wording.
Okay. What was my other ones? And then, so in section 11, I have other questions about wedding parties and corporate meetings and things like that. Does that just mean if I want to have a corporate retreat and we want to stay in the house, I can't do that? That's actually number 7 or number 8 on page 17.
That's correct.
So why are we saying you can't have a corporate retreat? If I follow all the other regulations, what does that accomplish? I've met the maximum occupancy of the house, the number of cars. It's no loud parties. I don't understand a lot of these as long as they meet the other things that would actually trigger a violation.
So this was one that I was thinking about because I don't think that these are intended to be meeting venues. These are intended to be vacation rentals.
So, but we talk a lot about small businesses. We just awarded a citation to the chamber about supporting small businesses. Some of these businesses can't afford to rent a conference room at one of these big resorts. It's just more, and I know people who do this. They'll go to a short-term rental, someone that's a little bit larger, they follow all the rules, but they'll have all their employees in the house. They're not partying, they're not doing any of that, they're actually meeting.
It's certainly up to the council what they want to do on that. I think the intent is that these are not used as meeting venues.
And I understand that, but bachelorette parties, things like that, that's kind of a broad statement. Are you talking about, I can't have all the bachelorettes in one house and then they can stay in one house and go out and to wherever they're going to do that night and come back? That's a bachelorette party. Is that prohibited? So these are things that when I read this, and I'll get to it later in the conversation, I just don't understand why a lot of this is in here, because we already have other guidelines that dictate how it's going to be used. So many people in the house, so many cars, the noise regulations that we just discussed. So I have questions about why is that even in there? It seems redundant. I mean, what are we trying to do? And then number 11, you have the owner shall require that the same adult to sign a formal acknowledgement that he or she is legally responsible for compliance by all occupants and guests of the short-term rental with the provisions of the chapter, as well as a copy of the city's good neighbor acknowledgement. And that acknowledgement shall be posted in a conspicuous location. Is that the signed acknowledgement? It has to be that they received it and you have to have a signed acknowledgement posted somewhere in the house. Is that what that reads?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, that's interesting. All right, hold on. Is there a reason why you have to have the signed acknowledgement posted? Or just, why wouldn't you just have the good neighbor policy there? And then whoever the operator is would have a copy of that signed acknowledgement if needed.
That's ensuring that the renter has read it and acknowledges that they have read it and is posting this in the unit. So
my point being
just to
is
get in front of them.
they have to sign it as part of their agreement with the operator. And if I go to the operator and say, produce a copy of this agreement, and they can't produce it, that's a violation of the operator, right?
So to clarify, so the renter is signing the good neighbor policy, and also the good neighbor policy is posted in the unit, correct? So two separate purposes of that one document.
Well, I understand, but I asked, is the signed copy required to be posted in the
No,
unit?
no, I'm sorry.
That's what I was asking.
No, it is not.
Okay, thank you. I was gonna say, most of this is done online, and you're gonna give a digital signature on the good neighbor policy, and they're not even gonna have a copy of it, probably. Okay, there's another one on here that kind of struck me as strange. Let's see here. It had to do with, where is it? Oh, number 18. The owner shall ensure the occupants of the short-term rental do not, and there's a bunch of things they can't do. One is consume alcohol. Well, how are we going to do that?
So 18 hasn't been changed. That was the way it was written when it was originally adopted. And if you read it all the way through, my reading is that you will not consume drugs or alcohol that's not in compliance with federal state laws.
Okay.
Patrick can
If
correct me
that's
if I'm
how
wrong.
it's meant to read. I went through a lot of these, and that one just, I got the use of illegal drugs, so we shouldn't allow that anywhere, but okay. All right. Those are the questions I had on that. Thanks.
More questions? Okay. No, go ahead, Mr. Frost. I'll remind the council that as a first reading, if there are any substantive changes to this tonight, then this will no longer be the first reading and it'll come back as a new first reading. So, Mr. City Attorney, if there are any substantive changes to this tonight, does it need to come back for a new first reading?
We can make them tonight, and then it's a first reading. If we make them after tonight, then we have to do it again at another night, another first reading.
Gotcha.
Sorry, I didn't realize you were asking me the question.
No, I wasn't. I was sort of thinking out loud here. So if you're thinking about substantive changes as you're asking these questions, just keep that in mind.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jeff, to follow up on Councilmember Vicsorik's question, you believe generally by implementing these new regulations, we had 54 complaints over the last 5 years. We only got to 6 citations. Generally, you believe that these new regulations will get us much more than 6, correct? Theoretically. I sure hope so. Or else why would we be implementing this?
I think it will allow us to effectively enforce the nuisances that are on the books. Now, do I think there's a problem greater than 6? I'm not positive I can answer that. I think we've had 34 complaints. I'm sure if we were out there and we had a little bit more black and white, we would have more than 6 in the past year, but I don't know if it's going to be much greater than 8 or 10. Generally, I do not believe there's a problem.
And then real quick, the 3 strikes you're out, and this is the answer to this, probably no. 3 strikes you're out. Over the last 5 years, would we have lost anybody? Do you know?
We would have lost 1 permit.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks. I actually have before I let you have more? I have a question before you go, so, but I'm not wrapping it up. Commissioner Nelson, would you, is the purpose of this, and particularly when we look at the on the 3rd strike, you lose your permit. Would you agree that from the Planning Commission's perspective, the purpose is ultimately to get to where you have no complaints Wouldn't that be the goal? And if it wasn't the goal, I think maybe that's where we got something wrong.
Yeah, our goal was to arm our, and probably the wrong pun there, but to provide the necessary tools for our enforcement officers to go out and enforce, the provisions that are impacting the neighborhood such that it doesn't keep occurring. And one of the challenges we found was there's sort of a reset that continues every year when you renew. And what we want to do is take that away. And our belief is that a good operator is going to address an issue immediately. They may get violated once, shame on them. And the second time, will be a whole different situation. But, to Mr. Rossler's point, we didn't have a lot of repeat offenders, but we want to ensure that we don't have the opportunity for them to do that. And if they're not being good operators, then they should be, they should lose their permit indefinitely was the position of the council or the commission.
I got the.
So yes, and to get to zero is the idea that the only reason that you have an STR neighbor is that you may have met, some family that was, using the home, but otherwise you would just see it as a home.
I got the intent from combining, when you look at this in whole, and then you look at the penalties at the end, ideally the penalties would help people want to make sure that they operate them in such a manner that they don't lose their permit.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. Thanks. Mr. Vixoric, you got questions? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I didn't know if we're just asking questions or if I'd have another opportunity, if we're going to have a motion and then more discussion, but so.
You can make a motion anytime you want. Go for it.
Well, I'm just going to ask questions for now.
All right.
Till that comes up, because some of the things that were said by my fellow council members actually brought up some more questions. And, some of the things that the Mayor Pro Tem talked about, getting into the specifics. And, I don't know if we're going to be up here to wordsmith the ordinance as we're creating it, because, we haven't passed anything yet. So we can pass whatever we want or change it if we want to. But, I'm not sure with 5 people, that's a hard thing to do as we sit here on the dais. So to try to make it easier, I'm going to ask the city attorney a question. And I think the way I understand it with the first reading and second reading, as the mayor was saying, if there is a substantive change between what we passed tonight and what we did on the second reading, that second reading would become a new first reading. How do you judge a substantive change, meaning that if we say we were to pass it as written tonight, but then we wanted to wordsmith some things, how much room do we have to wordsmith things for the second reading if, say, we wanted to eliminate some of the specifics that came up? And, I'll comment on that in a second, but what's our latitude on that?
Well, it's not very great. The law doesn't view it as a difficult thing for you to have a new first reading. And the idea is notice to the public so that the public knows exactly what's going to be in the ordinance. So if you're going to make what's effectively a typographical error, or fix rather a typographical error, if you're going to, somebody actually asked me this question the other day, and so I thought this was a really good example. If we were going to have language tonight, I'm making this up, that said something like you had to have the owner of the property or the property manager be on site within 20 minutes. And then if later on we change that to be the owner of the property or his designee, that's probably saying the same thing, because a manager is a designee. So that's changing a word that's really a kind of a simile. And I don't see that as substantive. But if you were to delete that requirement, then that would be a substantive change.
Okay. I mean, so for example, what I thought of as Mayor Pro Tem brought up, why are we getting so specific with, bachelor parties or bachelorette parties and corporate meetings when, the crux of what's going on here is we're trying to avoid nuisances. I mean, the comments that are made why people would oppose STRs is because the behavior that's going on inside and outside the unit, but not necessarily the types of individuals that are involved by that. Don't we already have ways, bachelorette party could stay there, but not violate the noise restrictions or not have too many cars there. I mean, if we're going to say there's no parties, it's hard to have a party if you can't get there. We've already got things in about the restrictions on the number of cars that can be parked there. And when we start getting specific in laws, that actually makes it more difficult to enforce. I believe, if for example, the code enforcement officer gets there and says, well, no parties. I mean, how do you define a party? I mean, does it have to be more than 3 people, or, is it just left to the discretion of the code enforcement officer when we're already talking about, we have things in the regulations to address the crux of the problems that are brought up by short-term rentals. And so I was thinking, well, if we pass the time with all that language and then we thought about that, that's actually going to be more of a, and I don't know if it is, but in 2 weeks we come back and we say, well, that might be more of a hindrance to our enforcement. And maybe we want to eliminate that. Do we have the latitude to do that? Or are we going to have to wordsmith it up here now and have that conversation before we do it?
If you change it for the next reading along the lines that you just suggested, that would cause us to have a new first reading.
Okay.
And whether you change it or not, those are policy decisions for you to make.
Right. Okay. Well, that answers that question. So, and let me ask one more question then about the 3 strikes and you're out. And I guess it's verifying the complaint. I mean, maybe this was already asked, but is there any type of appeal process for the individual who has been, called the 3rd strike on, that they can say, this has wrongfully been, what's the process for determining that? And is there any recourse if someone disputes that?
In chapter 5.38, there's a revocation section, and I do believe it's a letter from the director, and I do believe there's an appeal section, but that's already in the code itself.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I have some, if we're going to discuss wordsmithing it, but I can reserve those comments till after we have the motion.
Thank you. I'll say the community development manager, code enforcement, head of code enforcement recommended this to us. So I assume that they work for him and his staff, and the planning commission put a lot of thought into this. I would prefer not to try to create policy up here tonight because I just don't see how that would go well. I've heard 3 council members who have what sound like substantive changes. So if that is in fact the case, we could send this back with your inputs and have another first reading come back to you. Or it's just if we think we can work through these substantive changes, we can try to do that here tonight. But making policy from up here on something this detailed strikes me as being a long, tedious, and maybe not the most productive process. So, gentlemen.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to comment on that. I first, let me just commend you for taking this on and for moving this ball a little bit down the field. It's an enormous task, and I think that we're on the right track. We're moving in the right direction. I've lived here since 2002. Short-term rentals has been a pain in the side of the city since probably 2002, probably before that. So the fact that we're moving forward a little bit at a time gives me some hope that we're going to see an end. But I just don't see how we're ready to have a first look at an ordinance here, how we're trying to do a first reading. There seems to be so much missing. The first thing is I need to see what phase 2 looks like. I can't talk about regulations on something that I don't know. Talk about the cart before the horse. I don't even know that there is a horse. I don't know what the horse looks like. I need to know what is coming out of that. I also think that there's more community outreach that needs to happen, not only with renters and hotels, but you can hear that we have a lot of folks that talked about we should ban short-term rentals completely. Well, I've got a memo from the Coastal Commission that says we can't do that. So clearly there's a misconception from the public that is not ready to even receive the fact that we can't ban short-term rentals, even if we wanted to. And then there's also, I got a memo 30 minutes from, or it's not a memo, but an email from the city attorney about 30 minutes before we started tonight that was about a case that talks about short-term rentals in Santa Barbara, I guess it was. I didn't even have a chance to read it yet. There's so much out there that I don't think we're ready for a first reading. And so I would like to actually make a motion that we table the first reading until you get a chance to go around again. I love the conversation. I think the conversation is healthy. I think this is something that is going to take an iterative process. And it worries me that we think that we can do a first reading tonight. It does feel rushed to me. We've been dealing with short-term rentals, like I said, since at least 2000 or the early 2000s. There is no rush to get this done. Let's take another go at it. I don't know that we're ready to do a first reading, and I'd like to make a motion to table this first reading.
Anyone second that motion?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I will second it, if only to comment on it. I agree with you completely, Councilmember Villar. Although I'm not sure if acting upon this ordinance would be that wrong, because it is a net benefit to the staff for additional regulations while we do work on the horse, right? And if the horse takes the next 9 months, if we give these guys some extra tools and we're able to hold some existing short-term rental operators more accountable, at least in the next 9 months, it's beneficial. But I actually agree with you. It should be iterative. There's a lot more that needs to go in this, and I do think the regulations do need to mimic what the policy in the zone text amendment would actually look like. So that was sort of my answer to that. I'd be okay either way.
As a point of order, Mr. City Attorney, can we have a motion to table? We have no motion that we're just discussing right now. No one has made a positive motion on the recommended action. Or are we just asking to send this back?
Well, I actually was going to ask for some clarification on what Councilmember Villar was suggesting.
Without a motion.
So tabling has
Yeah.
sort of a specific meaning to
Yeah.
it. And if we're going to follow the procedures, then it requires a little bit more procedure to be able to bring the item back. If what you're asking for is that we just continue the matter to another night, doesn't have to be a specifically identified night, I think you might find more support for your motion.
Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying. So yeah, I want to give the Planning Commission more time. We've gotten a lot of feedback. You've gotten a lot of discussion. Let's keep working on it. And I don't have a date of when it should come back, but I don't feel like we're in a rush. And maybe Councilmember Frost and I are at a disadvantage because, I've only been at this for 4 months. I know my fellow council members here, they've been dealing with this for almost 8 years, and they have a lot more background than I do for sure. And so maybe it's just for me, I just need more time to comprehend it. But and I'm sure a lot of the things that we're coming up with, you guys have been talking about for many, many years. So yes, that would be what I'm looking for, is to just let's have a pause on this. Let's continue to work on it and bring it back at a future time.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask for clarification though?
Sure.
Councilmember Villar, are you asking for the Plan Commission to make further progress on the pilot program and come back at that point? What specifically are you asking the Planning Commission to do?
Yes, I'm looking for both. I'm looking for more community outreach, more stakeholders, including renters, hotels, and whatever else you feel that needs to be part of this phase one conversation. And I also need to know in phase two, how is that evolving? What is that looking like in order for me to even understand what an ordinance should look like at a first pass for phase one? I need more of a package together, more of a package deal, not a complete bow on it, but something close that gives us a little bit more of an information of what does the horse look like so that I know whether the cart is before the horse or not. I don't know if that helps you at all, but
It does. Thank you so much.
thank you, Brenda.
Mr. Frost, do you second that motion still?
Yeah, I second that.
So I believe it's a motion to continue the item until such a time as the planning commission can bring back a better packaged, better bowed package, more with more information.
So I'm hearing two things. One is that we just need more time on this phase one, I'll call it. And specifically some more public outreach on phase one is what I'm hearing. I'm not sure I'm hearing that we need the planning commission to work on this further on phase one, other than maybe public outreach, if you want that, the planning commission. And from what I'm hearing from the overall discussion is as it relates to phase one, we somehow need to get more feedback from the council. Maybe we take what we're hearing tonight and try and come up with a revised draft or something like that. I'm kind of thinking out loud in terms of what I'm really hearing as to phase one. The second part of what I'm hearing is as to phase two, and what I'm hearing there is a desire to at least, even if we don't adopt phase two at the same time, to have a little bit of an outline of what phase two looks like before we adopt the phase one regulations. I mean, I think, those are the two different distinct things I'm hearing from Councilmember Villar.
That is exactly what I'm thinking. Thank you for putting that so eloquently of what I had in my head.
Right. Those two have spoken back in alphabetical order. I'm going to speak here real quickly. If the whole purpose of this, I believe, and I think very highly of the approach that community development and the planning commission have taken on this. I don't know what phase two could possibly look like until Mr. Rossler can sit there and tell me we are enforcing these things the best that we can, and we've driven that complaint rate down as low as possible. So I don't know what phase two would look like until we have a good phase one, which is enforce the rules. Community short-term rentals can be a risk. The downside that the objective opponents of short-term rentals are opposed to them because they can change or damage the character of a neighborhood. I think there's two ways you make sure that doesn't happen, short of trying to ban them, which is a whole nother legal argument that we know the Coastal Commission isn't going to go for. One is make sure they are not nuisances. And the other is work with the zoning and things like who can have permits, how many, how close they can be to one another, how often you can rent your place out, all those other things. Those are the two ways you achieve not having them impact the character of your neighborhoods. They're two separate steps. You could try to do the phase two first, but I don't know what that would possibly look like without having a good phase one, because they're already here. And we could say if we were starting from scratch, we could go backwards and rewrite history, but there's 136 of them operating or whatever it is right now. In some cases since 1974, we heard tonight, legal, illegal in our zoning or not, they are here. And until we figure out how we drive that complaint number down as close to zero as possible, I just don't know how we move forward with solving the very challenging, complex land use issues, Coastal Act issues, and everything else. So that being said, if these things can be a nuisance, I'm disappointed in ourselves for not wanting to try to mitigate that nuisance tonight, ahead of Memorial Day weekend, going into this summer. But I understand it's not perfect. I don't care, quite frankly, what hotels have to say about what the noise level should be at a short-term rental. This is not how many permits will be in town. They are not residents. They're important businesses and members of our community, but I just don't see why that matters. Renters, I can see, but I think we got a pretty good smattering of different stakeholders and have a pretty good, if not perfect, ordinance that we can always refine after we see how it's working, without, quite frankly, going to the Coastal Commission. Anyway, that's my take on it. I do think it sounds like enough council members have changes to this that it probably should go back, but I do not want to derail Planning Commission's long-term process on this. So for that reason, I won't vote for your continuance the way that it's motioned. Mr. Miller, I'm sure you have comments next. I'll bring it back to you as the motion maker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Munoz, thanks for clarifying the difference between tabling and continuing. That's why I was not willing to support that motion, because I knew what that meant. You know, and thank you again, Councilmember Villar, for bringing up an incredibly important point that a lot of our residents missed tonight, is that we are not in a position to just prevent this from happening. The Coastal Commission is going to require that there's some form of short-term rental in this city, because half of our city's in the coastal zone. And, you know, I hear a lot, oh, you've been rushing. When I got on the council in 2014, we were talking about this. In 2016, you know, it was brought up that Councilmember Vic Soroka and I voted against the short-term rental ordinance specifically because they wanted the business regs in the LCP. That gives them total control over the ordinance. I'm not, to this day, I won't agree to that. For this very reason, we're having this conversation tonight. The requirements and needs of this city are going to change, and it is this body's job to respond to those, not the Coastal Commission. We don't even have a coastal commissioner from Orange County that understands this area. They're all up, you know, they're up in San Francisco is where they're headquartered. So they don't understand the needs down here. It's very different. And so for that very reason, I won't support any business regs going in there. You know, so and to say we are rushing to pass this has been going on for years. I don't understand how they get to rushing, because there's pauses in it, but this has been going on for a very long time, 6 years in the making for me. I heard a lot about, you know, I heard one speaker tonight when I was listening to what was going on at their short-term rental next door. I couldn't help but think that's not a short-term rental. That's a residential recovery, and we deal with those very differently. They're not considered short-term rentals, and if it's no longer there, it's probably because the city's policy on residential recovery worked. And I also heard that we aren't doing enough with our fees, that Newport Beach has a $12,000 fine and Santa Barbara's got $9,000 or whatever it happens to be. I don't know how they're doing that, because the state sets that number. We talked about it before, that I think our fine should be far more punitive before a loss of permit. And our city attorney was very clear, and he said, well, the state sets that. You can't go any higher than this maximum. So I would imagine that that's why the language is stated the way it is in here. And I'm sure Mr. Nelson is very aware of that as well. You know, I look at it, and what I was getting to earlier, I had some issues with this. One of them is the 20-minute time limit. I don't think that's long enough. It takes time to get people on site. I don't know what the right number is. 20 minutes seems pretty short. I don't own any short-term rentals, but if I live in District 1 in the northern part of town, if I had to get all the way to Capitol Beach and there was something going on and I had one down there, I might struggle to get there in 20 minutes. I may not be able to resolve it that fast. I don't think it should be a lot longer, no longer than an hour for sure. But those are things, the 3 strikes and you're out over a lifetime. I understand why Planning Commission did that. I don't know if that's the right thing or not. I mean, because of some of the other issues in here that can cause a violation. And, you know, even though we've only had 6 over, how many years was it? 5 years? It's not that's not a huge number. And like you said, we'd lose 1 permit over that. And maybe they deserved it. But with the new noise regulation that we have in here, that's going to be tough. I mean, that's going to be really tough. Because like I said, you know, that would mean no amplified noise. That means I couldn't have a radio on outside in the backyard if I was just sitting out there with my kids watching them play. That's an issue. I mean, that's kind of what we're talking about here, is that we have families coming to Dana Point that can't afford to stay at the big resorts. they have 3 kids and they need 2 rooms and they need a place to feed them. You just put that operator in a bind that says you guys can't go outside and play, because, or you can't, if you go out there, whatever, you can't have any music out there or anything. I mean, that's an interesting one. So what it really got back to, and why I was asking about bachelor parties and bachelorette parties and corporate events and things like that, we need to put guidelines in place on how to actually regulate these things. That's not really a regulation on noise or nuisance or whatever we want to call it. A good operator is going to police this property themselves. And that's why I think you're seeing fewer and fewer violations. I think we got out there, we worked with the unpermitted or unlicensed ones. We've even had a reduction in short-term rentals since I've been on council. I think we were up about 145 at one point. Now we're 134, something like that. And so they're gonna police themselves. The last thing they want to do is the lost revenue. They can't use it for what it's designed for, and they may end up having to sell the property because they don't, for whatever reason, if they can't generate that revenue. And is that really what we want? I mean, I think we're getting too deep in the weeds on getting into things like that. But and I'm with Mayor Federico on this. I think we can wordsmith this. I think we shouldn't delay this any longer. What we're doing tonight is just enforcement. It doesn't matter what it looks like, if it's a whole house or if it's owner occupied or whatever we come up with. The enforcement's not going to change on that, right? And so I don't have a problem moving forward with this. I don't know if we can do it tonight. If you can incorporate everything I brought up, I don't know if the council even agrees with me. So, if it had to go to a next reading, I think that's fine. I don't think it takes any more planning commission time on this. I think you guys did a fantastic job. Your job now is going to phase 2. And I know there's a lot of information we've given you on what we'd like to see in phase 2 as well. But I think this is now at the council, and we need to wordsmith this ourselves. I don't think it needs to go back to planning commission. So, I think that's all I have right now. I'm not sure how I'm going to vote on this motion to table, because I'm not sure we need to wait a lot longer on this, or maybe if you make an amendment, and we may have to do time certain that we're back within the next week or 2 weeks when we have our next meeting with these changes, and then we can have the conversation again. Thanks.
Councilmember Vixoric, you're up if you've got comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do agree with comments made by the mayor and the points just made by the Mayor Pro Tem. I agree with Councilmember Villar as well. I'm sure Councilmember Frost will say something I agree with here soon. But I mean, I agree that we don't, the fact, like the Mayor Pro Tem said, separating out, do we need to know what the pilot program is going to look like in order to do these regulations? And I don't think so. So I agree with that, but I agree with the Mayor Pro Tem when he talks about some of the specifics about wordsmithing it. Not a single one of us up here wants to do that. I don't think it would be a painful process. We would all suggest what we want, and to try to get a consensus of what we're passing would be very difficult. So in that sense, I do agree that we need more time, and sending it back and having our comments taken on board and then bringing it back to us. How much time does that take? I mean, I'm thinking what we've set up here, it could be sent back and brought back in 2 weeks. I mean, that's the way I'm looking at it. Councilmember Villar brought up, a good point. There was a case that came out that I haven't had a chance to read either. I haven't had a chance to digest it. I don't know what it means or how it affects what we're doing, if at all. I honestly don't know if in 2 weeks, if I've had a chance to think about some of the specifics, doesn't make a difference if we eliminate them as we're talking about, or changing them at all. Maybe it doesn't. But I just, it's tough to sit up here and try to work through all those things and figure out, am I going to vote for this? Now, of course, on the other hand, you could argue, well, you can vote for it as is tonight, we move forward, and then 2 weeks comes back for the second reading. If you decide you don't like it, you don't have to vote for it again. I don't really like that approach. I would rather know what I'm voting for the first time with, the confidence that I'm going to want to see it go through. In that case, again, as a mayor pro tem, I guess I'm not really sure, how I'm going to vote. I mean, where I'm sitting, what I would suggest is that we, bring it back in 2 weeks after we've had a chance to think through. If we need to wordsmith it, we can have someone bring that back. We have a chance to digest the legal implications of the new case. And, it's 2 weeks from now. I don't object to that. It doesn't seem like that long. I don't think, anyone's really trying to delay what we're doing. And, it's, it doesn't seem like that long of a delay though. So in that sense, I would support the motion to continue it. I'm not sure I want to task, the planning commission to go back to work and have to come up with the pilot program. If that's the motion, then I guess I would have to vote no. I don't know if there's any support for me making a substitute motion. I could try. Or simply in this discussion, I can allow Councilmember Villar to, talk me into his position or reconsider it. So that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Before we get back to you, Mr. Frost, do you have anything to add before Mr. Villar talks finally about his motion?
I tend to think that we do need some small modifications to this. I tend to think that it should be an iterative process as we learn more. I think that there could certainly be some changes to this, specifically around the permitting requirements. And that those could change a little bit as we, depending upon the actual short-term rental zoning policy. But then on the other hand, this is a net benefit to the staff right now. So I'd be okay with approving it as is, as long as we as a group are willing to make iterative changes. So that's most likely, Councilmember Villar. I would not want to wait to get this first set of updated rules out until there was a full package with a bow. Why? Because I think that'd be too long. I'd like to get them something in 9 months. I'd like to keep them working. And I think that sort of sends the bad message that, you worked real hard on phase 1, but it's just really a big phase 2. So that's not something I'd actually vote for at this point.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just add a little piece of information. I think everybody's aware of this, but in case you're not, planning staff is starting or is planning to start tomorrow with the Planning Commission subcommittee on moving forward with the phase 2. So this is not something that's gonna, put on a shelf. We are moving forward right away. So
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Villar.
Let me take a crack at why I need phase 2 in order to think about phase 1. And I'll take a crack at it with an analogy. I've got 2 teenage daughters at home. When they go out at night, I give them a set of rules. But those rules vary depending on what they're going to do. If they're going to go to the bowling alley, I don't have to tell them the same rules as if they're going to go to a high school party. I need to know, one of the things that's supposed to come out of phase 2 is the types of rentals that we're going to allow and the number. Well, if let's say, and I don't think this will happen, that we only allow homestays. Well, then I don't need a rule that says that somebody needs to be there within 25 minutes because the person's already there. So that is going to impact what the regulations or the rules that we're going to put on these. It's going to depend on the types and the number. If we put a cap on it, on the number of short-term rentals in each district, and that number is really low, well, then that's going to impact what we're going to do. So to me, I don't know how I can give my daughters rules to go out if they don't tell me where they're going. That's the case I'm trying to argue here.
don't let them go out.
All right. I guess we can vote on this one unless someone has a substitute motion that we want to consider first. Council or Mayor Pro Tem Miller.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I appreciate where Councilmember Villar is and Councilmember Frost. This is new. I was in your shoes 7 years ago, and it's a lot to take. And so I don't want you to think I'm not, empathetic to that, because I am. But if we're going to vote on this, I'm not sure what I know his motion is, and I'm probably going to make a friendly amendment if you allow it. But if we're going to send this to staff, and we're going to actually, with my friendly amendment, is going to ask that we bring it back in 2 weeks. But if we're going to do that, we need to give staff direction. And this body right here, I gave some recommendations that I thought needed to be changed, but I don't know if there are 3 votes for that. And I don't think it's a good idea to send staff off with everything we want, and it comes back and half of us are like, we don't like that. So now we can't have a first reading again. So I think if we're going to do that, we need to give staff input on what we would like to see changed, figure out if there's a consensus on this body that those changes are something that we could vote on. And so we get something back that we think this body can agree on. If we just send them off with everything we gave, and like I gave 4 things that I would like to see change, and if there aren't 2 other people that agree with me, then what's the point of sending those off? And so my friendly amendment is going to be that we bring it back in 2 weeks, and that the phase 2 is on its own. This is just for part 1. And if you accept that friendly amendment, but I do think, Mr. Mayor, that if we're going to do that, we need to have a further discussion about what we would like to see changed, and then let staff bring it back and we can discuss it again.
If the I just want to clarify, if we pass the motion to continue, then the debate moves to the next time, and debate should be over. Or not necessarily, is it, Mr. City Attorney? With tabling it out, discussion automatically ends. But if we continue, can we then tonight continue the discussion?
So
Should we?
if I think I understand your question. And are you asking, could we continue to have a discussion about whether we're going to adopt phase 1 before phase 2 if we were to bring this back in 2 weeks? Bring back phase
No,
1?
actually, to Mayor Pro Tem Miller's point, can we debate, discuss, and maybe even vote on recommended changes? We'll have to do that before we continue it. All right, hold on. Before
I'm sorry, I'm struggling with your question.
Please, I withdraw my question. We have 2 options tonight. We could discuss.
So I think your question is, I think the question was going to make is, if we vote to continue this, once we take that vote, the discussion tonight is done. We can't have a discussion about what we would like to see after that we're sending you off with direction, take that and rewrite the ordinance.
Well, you guys can do whatever you want. You're the bosses.
All right. Well, I don't know, but after the vote,
if you vote to continue the whole thing, or I'm sorry, if you vote to continue phase 1 for 2 weeks, then in 2 weeks we'll come back and we'll be where we are right now.
Right.
We need, I watched the conversation. I have a little bit of a sense of what you want, but I do agree with Mayor Pro Tem's comments. It would be helpful to just talk about phase 1 for a second, not getting into the phase 2 part of it. If we had a little more clarity on whether there's 3 votes on the various things that we heard. And if there is, then we're in a better position to bring something back that's not pure guesswork. If there's not more, I think staff could probably take a pretty good crack at what we heard tonight, but it might not be exact. And so you might be having more of this conversation on phase 1 in 2 weeks. The phase 2 part of it, I think it might be helpful if we address that separately. But it's just a suggestion. The motion is that they're together right now. And that's an easier direction right now. It's either we're going to hold on to phase one until we have something on phase two, or we're not. And so,
We can handle that portion, I think, with the motions on the table. I guess for staff, and just before you go forward with your motion, we could do one of two things. We could debate each of these tonight, discuss, even vote on each of the recommended changes, or we could create an ad hoc committee where 2 council members go and work with Brenda and her staff. Right. I mean, I think the planning commission has done a great job. That subcommittee or ad hoc committee could ask Commissioner Nelson to explain, in more detail how they came up with some of the things they did. I feel like that might be more productive, but I'll let you. Your motion is the one on the table right now. If you want to change that, but those are our options. We could go through them all tonight, and I think if we're going to do that, we probably need to vote on each one of those so that staff has very clear direction. We only do this one more time.
So I was making a friendly amendment, not a substitute motion. So either Councilmember Villar can accept it or not. But I think that if even if we do what you're suggesting, that's just 2 members coming back with what they think. That doesn't guarantee there's going to be a third vote. And so I think what we're trying to get to tonight, and why we have to do it out here, this is where it always gets done. We either agree with it or we don't. Is just give some direction. I mean, I know Mr. Frost has some ideas. I have some ideas. I don't know I know Mr. Villar thinks we need to wait till phase 2, but you may have ideas as well that you'd like to see changed in phase 1. Let's put them out there and see what this body thinks right now. So when we do send staff back, they know we have the attorneys and community development. They can wordsmith it and bring it back to us.
All right. What we'll do is we'll handle these motions, and then we will go around the table, around the horn up here, and each give you our recommended changes or concerns, and we'll see if that's clear enough direction to the staff to move forward. See if that works. So Mayor Pro Tem Miller asked you if you would accept a friendly amendment to your motion. You can accept it or not. If you do not, then back to him to make a substitute motion, or we vote on yours.
Yeah, I don't know how the 2 weeks helps me. I need to see phase 2. So I appreciate the thought, but yeah, I just don't know how I can come to a first reading without knowing what phase 2 is. So maybe I need to, I probably should clean up my motion and maybe I won't get a second, and that's fine, is I make a motion that we continue this until after phase 2 is completed. We continue the first reading until after phase 2 is completed. So I'm trying to clean that up so that it's a lot clearer.
You're changing your motion on the table, not accepting Mayor Pro Tem Miller's.
That's correct.
And changing the motion on the table, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
You would need a new second for that.
Correct.
Can I just get clarification?
Sure.
Oh, it's okay.
I would like to continue the conversation about the first reading of the ordinance until after phase 2 is complete.
Is there a second for that? No, so it fails for lack of a second. And so we have no motions on the table right now, Mayor Pro Tem Miller.
That's okay. We can still discuss this then. My motion is going to be to continue this for 2 weeks. But before we do that, we need to have the discussion here and give clear direction to staff to what we want to see in this, so we can debate it in 2 weeks to make sure that after we give them direction, it may come back, we may not like it anyway. So, but we need to give them some ideas on what we want to see with the weight that it looks like there might be 3 votes to do something like that. And let the attorneys wordsmith it to make it work.
Is there a second?
No
for
offense
that?
to you, Mr. Vixor, but yeah.
Is there a second for that?
I'll second it.
All right, as part of the discussion for this motion, we will, when we go around, I would ask each of you to give sort of your best clear guidance to the staff as to concerns that, changes that you might want to see made to this recommended ordinance. Does that work?
Mayor Federico, if I could make a suggestion, Mayor Pro Tem has probably given the most detailed input on, the nuances. It might be helpful if we just start with that instead of him repeating it all. If everybody just sort of indicated whether they agree or disagree with the things he said, and if they, that's just a suggestion to facilitate this moving along.
Thank you. I was in fact going to have him go first because he made the motion and he's got the longest list of changes, and that should help because I think, and then we to your point, I would ask that we don't all reiterate them, but I think it is important so that staff knows that they have three that that each of us kind of confirm or deny their agreement with those. So Mayor Pro Tem Miller, you want to go with your changes or direction to the staff?
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll go with, my first issue is the short 20-minute time frame. I think that needs to be expanded to 45 to 60 minutes. That's plenty of time in case there are multiple phone calls need to be made. I want to look at the 3 strike for life. Maybe not for life. Maybe it's if you only have 2 strikes within 5 years, you get a reset after 5 years. And so that way we can adjust if there's new neighbors or, but that's not one that I'm married to. Okay. That's one that I think about. And the amplified noise during the day. I think that needs to go away. And lastly, the type of visitors, the bachelor party, the corporate event, I don't think that has anything to do with nuisance. We have everything we need to determine if they are actually a nuisance. If there's just that many people in the house, but they're not violating any of the other issues, I don't know what the issue is with that. So those are my 4.
Thank you. I guess we'll go back to alphabetical. I would have accepted the ordinance as written. I do think that the timeline for someone to show up needs to be short enough to actually address the nuisance. I wouldn't like to see more than 30 minutes, but I understand greater than 20. 20 seems just tough to physically manage. I don't mind eliminating the bachelorette parties, corporate events, stuff like that. Although I have a question for you, Mr. Rossler. I would think that sometimes a code enforcement officer might show up and there's a little bit of a gray area there in code enforcement. We're trying to eliminate those gray areas for you, right? But maybe you hear a little bit of noise or maybe you're not sure. And then when they come out to the door to answer the door and everyone is wearing matching veils and I'm the bridal party outfits and everyone is clearly intoxicated. Did I do the veil thing right? I wonder if that doesn't help a code enforcement officer.
So as stated previously, this ordinance was already in the old ordinance, and we've written 1 citation. There was an issue on Beach Road specifically with weddings and people renting out the houses to have weddings. You can imagine, beautiful location. And specifically, it was the large rental trucks that would show up and dump off chairs and tents and umbrellas and those sort of things.
That the actual setup for all of it was the nuisance.
It was the nuisance.
The
And that-
caterers coming and the
that
trucks and everything else.
That became an issue, and that was the issue that the code was written to try and stop.
I understand Mayor Pro Tem Miller's point on this one. I actually think that an owner who gets a permit and reads this understands I can't rent this to people who are having parties. I feel like it's almost impossible to comply with the other stuff. If you're, with the exception that you probably could have a corporate retreat, but anyway, I wouldn't mind that stuff staying. As far as the noise, I would accept this. I would not vote no on this if you eliminated the amplified music, any amplified music outside, although I didn't hear a single short-term rental owner complain about that. But I do like the no noise at all. I would want to absolutely keep the no outside noise from 10 to 7. And aside from that, I don't have any changes. I don't think it's perfect, but I think it's light years better than what used to be, and it makes your jobs easier. And we can always update it later if we need to. So, Mr. Frost.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll dovetail off your last point. That'll be my first. I'd like to, and hopefully this threads the needle for what Councilmember Villar also would like, is I'd like to perhaps have a formal agreement that we will revisit Phase A or Phase 1 regulations as Phase 2 is finalized to ensure that they properly align. And that would at least get us through today, knowing that we're going to take a look at it formally. I don't know if you need to add that to your motion, but that's what I'd like to see. And if they don't change it all, then they don't change it all. I'm fine with everything the other council members said, with the exception of I'd like to keep the 3 strikes you're out. We only have one who would be kicked off. And then, so my big changes, at least for these 2 weeks, I thought the regulations were great. I agree with the mayor. What I did personally think was lacking, and a couple of the folks mentioned it up here, is what our number one goal: get the absentee corporate owners out of here, or at least have regulations that sort of try to keep it local. So on that, I went to the permitting process. I sure thought we could have some sort of reference to the grant deed on the residential property, ensure that whoever's got title on that is indeed a resident of Dana Point. And if it's in an LLC, go out and fetch the articles of incorporation or whatever we got to do to ensure that the person, the owner, is somehow a resident of Dana Point.
So can I just interrupt you, Councilmember Frost? That's patently illegal.
That is.
Yeah, I couldn't with a straight face defend that. So just so you know.
So I guess I'm trying to go after creating the concept of having local people do this. Or maybe that shouldn't be one of our objectives if we can't do it.
If that's an objective, one way that you could do it lawfully is when you get to Phase 2, if you have a limited number of permits and you have a system for how you're going to issue them, you could have, and there's a lot of different ways you could do this, to where you could effectively build in a preference, but you have to be careful that you're not making it illegal for people who don't live here to own them. So there's some, some things you can do. I mean, just as a for instance, sometimes when you have lotteries for different kinds of permits, you get points for doing different things. And so, if you get 6 points, you get 6, sticks or chits in the jar. And when someone randomly pulls out a number, your chances are higher that you're going to get pulled. So if you're a resident, maybe you get, 2 chits instead of 1 in the jar that gets randomly pulled. And I'm very unsophisticated concept I'm throwing out there, but that's just sort of the idea of ways that you could do that when you're dealing with how you issue the permits. This concept has come up a lot in the context of cannabis operations. Santa Ana, a lot of other cities dealt with, how do you have a lottery? How do you come up with preferences? You could do it different ways. You could weight applications where you get, more points for doing different things. I mean, there's a zillion ways you could try and approach that, but I think it's something that might fit better into Phase 2 than what you're saying now. And just a flat out ban on out of town owners would violate all kinds of rules that.
Got it. Okay, then scratch that one. You don't need to try to implement that.
Thank you. It will be addressed in Phase 2 is the idea. And we have some ideas that are much simpler than what
the attorney suggested.
Okay, well, that's great.
You had time to
actually.
think about it.
If that was your plan all along, fantastic. And then along those lines, this may not be appropriate either, but the management company themselves, any way we can ensure that they have offices close by, they're somewhat within the, somewhat part of our community.
Well, that's what you get when you have this time that, the owner or the manager or the designee or whoever, has to show up. I mean, if you're a management company in Anaheim, you're not gonna be able to get here in time. So as a de facto, you gotta have a representative close by.
Okay. Then I'll tell you what, my only modification would be, hopefully we can address this again in phase 2 or at the end of phase 2.
So if you're suggesting a amendment to my motion, I'm not going to accept it for the reason that if we don't know when phase 2 is coming, and you're going to ask us to pass this ordinance and then possibly change it again and have to go through the entire process again once phase 2 is implemented. We can look at it. And we can change it anytime we want, but we can look at it for sure. But that doesn't have to be part of my motion. You could, once phase 2 is implemented, as a council member, all you have to do is ask that it be put on the agenda, and we'll be looking at it again.
Mr. Victoric.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All right, I wrote down what Mayor Pro Tem Miller said, and so I'll try to be fast, but with a few extra comments, of course. The 20-minute time limit being too short, he wants to change that. I agree. Okay. I don't know what that time's going to be. He said 45 or 60 minutes, and I think the mayor said 30 minutes. 30 to 60 minutes. Pick a number. I'll support any of those. Okay. You wanted to change the 3 strikes for life, or you're out for your life. Disagree. Like so long as some we talked about already, I feel like so long as there is an appeal process, if the worry is that you're getting a bad neighbor who is wrongfully making complaints and you have to deal with that, so long as there's some sort of mechanism for the facts to come out and that it was unjustified, then I'm okay with that being in there. Amplified noise, wants to take it out. I'm okay with that. He made good points. If you're just, it's too broad. I mean, if you're listening to the radio in the backyard, that would give, if you're not getting along with your neighbor already, give them the opportunity to go after you for that when it's really not, if it's not violating the, well, I don't want to say the noise ordinance, but the point is if it could be misused, I think. And I get it makes things, clear. It's a black and white line. Oh, I hear radio, boom, we're going in. But I think maybe the code enforcement could exercise a little more discretion than that if this is truly something that is, one of the problems of an STR or not. So I agree with taking that out. And then we already talked about the last one he said, I agree with taking out the types of visitor. I don't think that is, it doesn't necessarily go to the purpose. And we've had a lot of discussion. We've heard from the speakers. I mean, you have good apples and you have bad apples. I mean, just to say someone is a member of a wedding party doesn't mean they're going to be a nuisance or, and also just saying, no parties, that is a little too broad in terms of the discretion of what that means for having a party. I get the the point that you're making if the setup was the problem, but again, if you're having a setup there, people are going to have to get there. I think we're addressing it other ways with the parking restrictions. I mean, in other words, there's ways to get there to without, I guess, cluttering up the ordinance, which I think actually could raise more problems. Like I said, I haven't had the 2 weeks to think about it, but right now I think that that could cause those problems. So, and then the mayor said, keep the noise, no noise from 10 to 7. Yes, agree with that. Keep that in. Trying to think if there's anything else said. I think that's it. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Council change.
What's that?
Just a quick change.
Sure.
I'll withdraw that recommendation for the 3 strikes because Councilmember Vicsoric reminded me we do have a process to appeal any violation that may be issued. So I'm okay leaving the 3 strikes.
All right. Councilmember Villar, for what it's worth, any input on the specifics of this ordinance?
Sure. So I'll pretend like I know what phase 2 is going to be like. So I think you guys did a phenomenal job, and I love that Kelly Renders is thinking about our neighbors and thinking that short-term rentals. If you notice, the folks that came up to talk about pro short-term rentals, they didn't say, "Yeah, we like to have bachelor parties or bachelorette parties at our house, and they're really great." They didn't do that. They said, folks that come here are nice, they're families, and that should be the focus. So I think keeping that in there and not having corporate events is the spirit of what we're trying to do with short-term rentals. I think that you're on the right track with that, by ensuring that we're protecting our residents and our neighbors from corporate events and parties and whatnot. And, just to use the words of the folks that came to speak to us, most of them agreed with what you guys came up with. They felt like they were fair. So we got it straight from short-term renters themselves that said, short-term rental owners themselves that said, what we have here is decent. I like the 20 minutes. I think that's good because I'm still not sure when the 20 minutes starts. And I think that gives us some, a little bit of wiggle room there so that the 20 minutes doesn't turn, if we go to 45 minutes, does that turn into 60? Does that turn into 90? Because depending on when the clock starts, 3 strikes for life, I happen to like that. I do think that there's some room there with the amplified noise during the day. I understand what you're trying to avoid is something loud going on during the day, but I also agree with you. If I'm playing a cell phone, you're going to be able to hear that outside of the line there. So I don't know exactly what that looks like. I don't want to have a guy having a party in the middle of the day and I can't do anything about it. So there's some room there. I don't know that just shutting down amplified noise is the answer. We got to find somewhere in there to keep with the spirit of it. But as long as the spirit of what you're trying to do is to protect the residents first, because remember, you're only going to get a phone call if a resident is upset. And those are the folks that we need to protect first before the owners of a short-term rental or before the folks that are in that rental property that don't live in Dana Point and they're just here for the weekend to enjoy our city. So that's it. Thank you.
All right. Staff, clear enough? Okay. Any other discussion? Mr. City Manager.
Where were you at on the 3 strikes? You would know.
I removed that.
Okay.
I withdrew.
And then
Keep
the other
keep
one,
the 3 strikes.
in regards to the weddings, parties, bachelor parties, corporate events, we don't have it in here because they didn't amend it, but the purpose of this chapter speaks to these rules being here to safeguard the peace, safety, and general welfare of the residents and their visitors. We could amend this purpose section to state that, the intent here is to not have big raging parties. I think the city's noise ordinance still applies, regardless if it's in this permit. You've got conditions in here on the number of bodies that can be there, that are spoken to in this section 8080. The number of cars that can park. I mean, all those things are addressing having the masses there and creating the nuisance. So I think if we move that section over to the purpose and spell it out a little bit more, the purpose is not to have, it's for overnight lodging, not parties and so forth. And then it's not necessarily the regulation that code enforcement officer going and trying to figure out if it's a bachelorette party. They're still enforcing all the other rules.
Okay. Madam Clerk, you want to take the vote?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Frost.
Aye.
Councilmember Vixoric.
Aye.
Councilmember Villar.
Nay.
Mayor Pro Tem Miller.
Aye.
Mayor Federico.
Aye.
Thank you. That passes 4-1.
Thank you. And that moves us on to council reports. Thank you, staff, for all the hard work, and members of the public who stayed and who didn't stay. Thanks, everyone, for that. I guess we'll keep with alphabetical order to be consistent tonight. I have turned in my list of meetings. I have nothing to report. Mr. Frost.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will turn in my list of meetings and I have nothing to report.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Miller.
I've turned in my list of meetings. I have nothing to report.
Councilmember Vixoric.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have nothing to report. I will turn in my list of meetings after the meeting.
I do want to point out that I'm batting 1,000. I have turned in my list of meetings and I have nothing to report, and will continue to bat 1,000. That's my goal.
Fantastic. Staff reports. Mr. Killebrew.
None tonight, sir.
Mr. Munoz.
I think for the benefit of the public, it'd be helpful for me to mention that this afternoon, a brand new Court of Appeal case was put out. It's Kracke, Kracke versus City of Santa Barbara. For anybody out there who wants to go look the case up, I don't have the exact citation, but it's a case that involves short-term rentals, and basically invalidated the City of Santa Barbara's efforts to enforce short-term rental restrictions. Basically, it ultimately ruled that the status quo before they adopted these rules was what had to go back into play. They were sued by a short-term rental operator who didn't like the rules, and ultimately that person prevailed. So we really haven't had a chance to analyze the case yet. Literally just came out this afternoon right before the council meeting. But it was mentioned by a couple of council members, so I thought it'd be valuable just to put it out there so that members of the public who are interested can look it up. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Munoz. That brings us to adjournment. The next regular meeting of the City Council will be May 18th, 2021 at 5 p.m. here in the City Council chamber located at 33282 Golden Lantern, Suite 210, Dana Point, California. Shop local, dine local, and think about as summer approaches, staycationing local. Have a good night. Thank you, everyone.